Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Grinding the Rookies. The fortress woke before I did, the way New York always does, on rhythm, never on mercy. Metal kissed metal in the basement, footsteps drummed like restrained thunder, and the old building added its own percussion, pipes clearing throats they've had since Roosevelt, and a fridge humming bass like a contented, overworked bouncer. By the time I rolled out of bed, the veterans already had the rookies arrayed downstairs in neat ranks that would have made a drill sergeant applaud and a fire marshal sweat. It looked less like a gym and more like a parade ground that had learned to squat. Priorities, in order: soda, half a bagel, then stairs. ALPHA01 ghosted at my shoulder on the climb, silent as window frost and twice as cool. He doesn't accompany anyone so much as the weather decides to be present. You adjust or you get hypothermia. On the first basement landing, heads turned exactly once, exactly together. Veterans stood tall. Rookies stood taller because rookies try. 11 Spartans on deck made the room feel smaller, while I looked like I'd lost a fight with a pillow and demanded a rematch. Bagel crumbs decorated my hoodie like I'd earned a new rank in carbohydrates. "Morning, boys," I said, raising my soda like a toast and a poor life choice. "You look terrifying." "I look like I lost a fight with a pillow." "Balance." No one laughed. "Perfect. If they start laughing at breakfast, they'll start bleeding at lunch." "Today," I announced, letting the word echo off cinder block and discipline, "no patrols, no bus rides, no pizza. We're staying home." Translation for the folks in the back: training day, all day. Lucky you. 07, 08, 09, 10, 11 tightened a fraction, throats swallowed, shoulders set, knees unlocked. That micro flinch is how you know the message landed in the muscles. See? I grinned. They love it. Directive, ALPHA02 said, voice mild as a blunt instrument. "Veterans, pick your rookies," I said. "Drill them until they can't move. Don't kill them. I'm not filing ghost Spartan paperwork with SHIELD or Tony Stark's PR team." Assignments fell into place the way gravity happens, inevitable and unquestioned. We don't do captain's lists or chore wheels, we do habits that have signed prenups with results. 02 and 07 The Mad Cathedral. ALPHA02 took 07 to the Mets with a nod that was permission and sentence. Guard. Strike. Reset. Faster. Again. Sweat sheeted until it looked like the air was leaking. 02 corrected with 2 words at a time, sometimes one, sometimes just a tap on the elbow that said everything: drop the shoulder, hide the chin, weight on the balls of your feet, breathe like you intend to see dinner. Guard, 02 said. Tap. Taller. 07 raised his hands. Not higher, taller, 02 clarified, which is a thing only 02 can say and make sense. Not a vertical correction, an intent correction. You don't lift your hands, you raise your presence. 07's jab was honest and wrong. 02 parried, stepped inside, and put a glove on 07's chest with exactly enough pressure to communicate that would have been your rib. No flourish, no noise. Reset. They moved through combinations like a metronome had enlisted: 1-2, 1-2 slip 2, 3-2 hook low, break, frame, pummel, reverse, get up, get moving, don't die. By the third round, 07's hips remembered they were the engine. By the fourth, his feet stopped trying to be tourists. 03 and 08 the line that teaches the trigger. ALPHA03 claimed 08 on the firing line, where discipline smells like oil and responsibility. We don't do gun porn, we do marksmanship that remembers there's a city on the other side of the barrel. Ear pro, eye pro, double checks, muzzle awareness. Safety brief, then safety again, then dry fire until the word click becomes a meditation. Front sight, press, 03 said, voice like clean paper. 08's grouping printed wide like a nervous autograph. Too much finger, 03 added, tapping the second pad. You're steering the gun. Guide it. 08 exhaled and found the wall in the trigger like it was the edge of an answer. Squeeze. Don't slap. Reset lives under recoil, catch it there. Shots narrowed from postal code to neighborhood to street. 03 dialed the targets out, then in, added lateral movement, then a cadence drill, then a 1 to 5 string to force transitions without panic. 08's shoulders unclenched the way a student relaxes when they finally realize the test is fair if you studied. Track moving targets, 03 said, and set the rails to wander. 08's eyes learned to glide instead of jerk. Follow-through stopped being a word and started being a habit. 04 and 09 the gravity lesson. ALPHA 04 pulled 09 into hand-to-hand where physics writes the curriculum and pride pays tuition. 09 has a brawler's heart and a city bus's momentum, 04 has a glacier's patience and a chiropractor's love of alignment. Base, 04 said. 09 set his feet. Balance, 04 added. 09 set his ego. They started with hand fighting, frames, underhooks, dirty wrestling that cleans up life. 09 flailed, 04 flowed. 09 grabbed, 04 gripped the space and made 09's hands feel ornamental. When 09 muscled, 04 changed levels. When 09 insisted, 04 redirected. It was a seminar in the tyranny of leverage. The mat whispered secrets, you can't out-tough geometry. Again, 04 said. Over and over until again lost its edges and turned into progress. 09's first real improvement wasn't a takedown, it was a fall that didn't look like a car accident. Break fall, frame, shrimp, get up, hands up. When 04 finally let 09 complete a clean single leg, it came after 3 minutes of chain wrestling and a jaw set that could open cans. 04 gave a single nod. That nod is a currency you don't spend on candy. 05 and 10 iron that teaches time. ALPHA 05 settled 10 under a loaded bar and said, controlled. It was an order and a destination. Warm UPS were not warm, and they were not up. Tempo squats with pauses that made seconds file HR paperwork, deadlifts that refused to let the back round, overhead presses that taught the wrists about honesty. Then circuits, farmers' carries, sled drags, sandbag shouldering, each a small argument with gravity that 10 learned to win by breathing, not by swearing. Racket, 05 said at the end of a set where 10's legs trembled like truth under oath. 10 racked it. Again, 05 said, because strength hides and repeats. If 05 were a song, he'd be 120 BPM and forever. He doesn't raise his voice. He raises the standard. 10's arms buzzed like they'd been texting bricks. I gave him a thumbs up, he looked like he wanted to throw it. 01 and 11 the quiet forge. Typically, 11 stays in 01's shadow because that's where lessons echo the loudest. 01 doesn't do loud corrections, he does reality checks. He led 11 through stances the way cartographers draw maps, feet first, then territory. Weight distribution drills where the goal is to look unmoving and be ready to move, stillness exercises where a coin balanced on the head means you remembered you own a neck, breath practice that turns the body into a metronome other people can rely on. Here, 01 said, adjusting 11's rear foot a thumb's width. Here, he said again, nudging the elbow until a straight line appeared between intent and the place it would land. He didn't say good or bad. He said here until 11's body understood the word as a location and a promise. Every so often 01 would gesture a tiny circle smaller, smaller, and 11's stance would settle into something that looked like inevitability. Ah, I said, passing by with a soda and the afternoon to supervise. The gentle approach. Enjoy it, 11. The others are not this nice. 11 didn't smile. He did stand taller. That's the 01 effect. He builds statues that can sprint. The morning melted into fists, plates, brass, and the echo of commands that sound like nouns but behave like verbs: guard, balance, control, reset. Heat gathered low like a fog machine under the bleachers of a boxing gym. The floor got slick from effort, the air turned into honest soup. By midday, the rookies were still upright but running on fumes, chests heaving, eyes hard, hands shaking in tiny electrical storms. Veterans looked like they'd just finished tying their shoes. "Break," I called, tossing bottles like a benevolent vending machine. "Hydrate before you redecorate the floor. I'm out of couches and patience." 07 collapsed to a bench and panted like the building was stealing oxygen as a prank. 08 slid down a wall with the careful grace of someone negotiating a surrender. 09 leaned on a post and tried to pretend his legs belonged to him. They disagreed. 10 sprawled flat and stared at the ceiling like it had stolen his wallet. 11 drank steadily, eyes tired but sharp, the way a hawk gets when it realizes the sky is big but it still owns a piece of it. I cracked another soda because if I'm going to heckle, I need electrolytes too. "See? This is why I don't train like you. I like living." No one answered, which I took as the compliment it was. Lunch was a crime against vegetables and a celebration of thermodynamics: protein piled on carbs, salt as a sacrament, hydration as law. We don't eat pretty on grinding days, we eat like we expect the MCU to throw a helicarrier through a parade at any minute. It will. It always does. Between bites, 03 sketched shot patterns with a Sharpie on a ruined whiteboard, 05 wrote numbers that made 10's eyes water, and 04 drew a stick figure getting dumped on its head and labeled it "not you," eventually. After lunch, we got meaner not in volume, but in design. The morning was muscle memory, the afternoon was scenario memory. The MCU doesn't fight fair, it fights cinematic. So we train in spectacles that refuse to become headlines. Round 2 scenarios, not stunts. 07, I called. "You're up. Spar with 02. Goal, last longer than last time. Secondary goal, do not make me stop this because I become embarrassed for you." 07 nodded, spit in a bucket like an athlete in a movie who doesn't have a dental plan, and stepped onto the mat. 02 met him like a thesis advisor, interested, unimpressed, invested in the improvement. Bell. 07 came out aggressive. 02 let him. "That's worse than a punch, it's a lesson. Jab. Parry. Counter. Frame. Clinch. Peel. Off angle." 07 ate a clean cross and learned what the room looks like when it tilts. He shook it off and smiled, a little too wide to be bravery and a little too bright to be fear, and he kept coming. "Better," 02 said after the bell. "That's a stadium's worth of praise in 02's dialect." 08, I said, turning toward the firing lane. "Moving targets again. Your first string was ugly. Make it less ugly. If you can't, lie to me convincingly with good follow-through." 08 grunted acknowledgement and mounted the gun like he was shaking hands with a friend he wanted to impress. The rails slid the silhouettes left, then right, then on staggered speeds like a parade had discovered jazz. 08's eyes tracked with glide instead of jerk now, his finger pressed, not slapped, his groups tightened until they looked like decisions. "Respectable," 03 said. "From him, that's a parade." 09, I called. "Takedowns, repetition until the end of time or until 04 acknowledges your existence with something that could be mistaken for approval." They danced the slow, cruel waltz of hand fighting until sweat turned into a language. 09 got in deep on a single. 04 sprawled. 09 chained to a high crotch. 04 posted. 09 adjusted hips, stepped outside, and ran the pipe at the exact microsecond 04 allowed him to. The room didn't cheer. We exhale when people do what they're supposed to. 04 gave one nod once, precise as if stamping a passport. 10, I said. Sir kids. 05 is feeling nurturing. 05 was not feeling nurturing. He never is. He was feeling math. Load, 05 said, pointing at the trap bar like a judge invites a verdict. 10 lifted clean back, high chest, legs folding like cranes and carried the weight down and back until his lungs wrote limericks about regret. Then sled drags. Then step UPS with a sandbag named Bad Idea. Then a 400-meter farmer's carry that taught 10 that hands live a second life when they're holding something heavy, they become timekeepers. Controlled, 05 repeated at the end, as if the word could be a pillow, a command, and a lullaby. 11, I said, and he was already there because 01 had him there. They moved through more complex stance chains, shifting from a neutral guard to crouch shepherd posture, from wall to opening, from stillness to first step with no tell. If 01 had a superpower beyond being a moving cliff, it's teaching the art of not telegraphing anything. He and 11 drilled the bystander rescue pivot until 11 could feel the panic behind him before it happened. Between pairs, I did my part, bag work, to remind myself my hands still vote, laps, to pretend I'm cardiovascular, and heckling, to maintain morale through targeted irritation. 07, your guard's slipping, I called. If I can see it, so can a half-blind mugger and a YouTube algorithm. 08, you're painting. Shoot tighter. This isn't watercolor, it's punctuation. 09, that was a nice tackle. About time you stopped hugging 04 like he owes you money. 10, if you pop a vein, you're mopping it. Hydrate or I call your mother and tell her you tried to marry a sandbag. 11, you've got potential, don't tell the others I said that. I have a reputation to ruin. SHIELD would call what we did readiness training. Tony Stark would call it doing the work between the highlight reels. Reddit would call it an MCU crossover Spartan training montage. I call it Tuesday. Crowd work the real MCU boss. Afternoon, we built the lesson I cared about most. We recreated chaos cones as bystanders, folding tables as vendor carts, a taped rail to stand in for a conductor that loves electricity more than humanity. I drew a crude track with marker and spite and labeled it Expo like a warning. De-escalation scenario, I said. Stark Expo, but with more civilians and less fireworks. 03 runs evac routes. 04 is the wall. 02 floats. 01 calls the start. Rookies, you are the hands and the voice that says go. You fail, somebody's kid gets stepped on. You succeed, you get to complain about shin splints at dinner. We ran it at half speed, then full speed, then again with the rails suddenly electrified, scream if you touch it, we learn by embarrassment, then again with a planted influencer blocking a path with a phone because New York is full of bosses who didn't get the memo. 03's voice cut through like a radio station that never loses signal, you, red jacket this way. Hand on your kid. You, sir, eyes up, follow my hand, not your fear. He points without stabbing. He hurts without pushing. I want him on every street corner the MCU plans to explode. 04 showed rookies how to be a wall without becoming an obstacle. Shoulders square. Palm out. Chin level. No scowl. A body that clearly says stop but a face that clearly says please. He absorbed bumps the way a dock absorbs a boat, redirected kinetic energy into safer paths, and never once turned a person into a projectile by being stubborn. 02 did the perimeter ballet, counting heads without counting, scanning edges for the wrong kind of movement, acting like Velcro for anyone about to peel off into trouble. I saw him pluck a rookie by the collar a heartbeat before the kid would have given a panicked civilian the worst advice imaginable. The correction was gentle. The lesson was not. 01 stood where he could see everything, and when he said start, the room became plan. When he said stop, the air put itself back together. We iterated until the rookies stopped trying to shout their way through and started shaping flow with posture and hand language. We practiced the shield the fallen maneuver with foam pads, we practiced the stroller wedge with a weighted cart, we practiced how to address someone who is deaf in a crowd by pointing and looking where you want them to go and then checking they saw you see them move. This is the MCU. People never write fan songs about crowd control as heroism, de-escalation as a superpower. It's the part I'm proudest of. Contact control, the quiet takedown. After the 5th run, I added the spice everyone expects. Now a hostile, I said, raising a foam whip because I have a sense of humor my insurance hates. He's not Whiplash, and you're not Iron Man. You're just better. 09 got first contact surprise because 04 wanted to see if the earlier lesson stuck under adrenaline. 09 framed, head inside, hips low. 02 angled to cut off escape without spooking civilians. 04 closed behind as a soft backstop. 09 completed the takedown this time without hugging too long, braced the wrist, and looked to me for the next step. I shook my head. 03 pointed to the evac route, 09 got it. The hostile is a prop, the crowd is the prize. We swapped roles until each rookie had either made the right choice fast or made the wrong choice once and learned faster. 078 a foam whip to the shoulder for getting greedy, he nodded, reset, and on the next run did everything right enough that I caught 02's chin tilt his version of a smile. 08 kept his muzzle so clean through chaos I wanted to frame it. 10 handled a sandbagged fallen bystander like it was a human being he knew. 11 flowed through the middle of the mess like water learning English. Metrics, because we're not animals. You can't improve what you don't measure. 02 loves that sentence the way other men love sports teams. By late afternoon he had a whiteboard full of times, error counts, and new personal records that look like fewer stupid choices instead of heavier squats. 03 annotated with Y, 04 underlined balance 3 times, and 05 wrote controlled so neatly it looked typed. By evening, the rookies resembled wreckage in expensive boots sprawled across mats with shirts that could be wrung out into a motivational poster. Their arms hung like anchors. 07's hair had surrendered, 08's hands shook when he tried to drink and then steadied because pride is a brace, 09's mouth quirked in that way hard-won progress does, 10's legs refused to speak to him but did not collapse, 11's eyes were the tired kind of sharp that scares trouble. The veterans remained upright and unruffled, statues that had learned breath work. 01 leaned against a pillar the way mountains lean against weather. 02 cleaned a pistol that didn't strictly need it. 03 stacked targets like books. 04 mopped a patch of sweat without commentary. 05 erased a line on the whiteboard and wrote tomorrow because he thinks that's a love letter. I clapped. It echoed. Enough, I said. You survived. Barely. That's a win. Sleep, eat, and tomorrow you will be less embarrassing when the Marvel Cinematic Universe decides to test our insurance again. They groaned in a harmony that would chart in the right country. Music, to me. We cooled down because joints are assets, not consumables. 04 led mobility, which looks like violence performed by a yoga instructor with a felony. 05 counted long holds that made time question its life choices, and 03 taught 08 how to relax the jaw so the eyes relax too. 02 stood by with an ice pack like a benevolent IRS auditor. After action because we're professionals, not tourists. Debrief, brief, rebrief. We sat on benches and mats, rookies on one side, veterans on the other, me walking the line like a coach who knows jokes are just sugar on the medicine. What went well? I asked. Communication, 03 said. Clear, short, specific. Balance, 04 added. He always adds balance. He's not wrong. Controlled, 05 concluded, and drew an invisible square in the air like a frame. Inside this, you live. Outside, consequences. What sucked? I asked. First step panic, 03 said, nodding to 07 and 09 and getting nods back. They already knew. Grip discipline, 04 told 09. Hold less. Control more. Breathing, 05 told everyone, because oxygen is the first gear and we forget. Crowd read, I said. Remember, SHIELD and the NYPD watch posture as much as outcomes. We're the quiet solution. The louder you are, the longer your day gets. We filed out in no particular hurry except 02S, who always moves like time fears him. Rookies limped to showers, veterans rotated to watch. The fortress returned to its baseline, humming, patient, prepared. Night settled like the city pulled a soft close cabinet door. Rookies slept in bunks that had learned their names. The veterans took turns at the windows, as if SHIELD agents and Stark Industries drones might hatch like pigeons across the street. If they did, we'd wave. I went back to the roof with 01 because ritual matters and soda is cheaper than therapy. The kin hissed like the day exhaling through aluminum. Not bad, I said to the skyline, which glowed in MCU neon and regular electricity. 11 Spartans 5 rookies and they get sharper every day. Soon? Unstoppable. 01 stood where sky met stone, a statue that had elected to be alive. Wind tugged at nothing, he didn't notice. Progress steady, he said. For him, that's exuberant. I sipped and let the carbonation sting like truth. Below us, discipline slept. Across the river, Stark probably argued with an AI. Somewhere nearby, Carlson underlined my name once and thought about variables. None of that changes the work. We train when no one is watching so we don't have to explain when everyone is. Yeah, I said, grin refusing to die. We're doing just fine. I let my mind drift to the scoreboard the system keeps tucked behind my eyes. No blue ping tonight, no 500-point gift for civilian protection at Stark Expo, no gamified dopamine cookie. Training days don't pay in points. They pay in avoided funerals and shorter news cycles. They pay when Iron Man shows up with Tony Stark swagger and we choose to shepherd the scared instead of chasing the spotlight. They pay when a SHIELD rookie with a clipboard watches us on a grainy camera and writes competent, contained, cooperative instead of hostile, erratic, glory-seeking. Down in the mat room, 09 will wake up at 2 a.m. because his hips remembered a better angle, 08 will dream in sight pictures, 10's forearms will throb their way toward new strength, 07 will replay 02's cross and steel his jaw, 11 will stand from his bunk and settle his stance before he remembers you don't need it to drink water. The veterans will not dream. They will inventory oxygen and wake at the slightest change in the building's breath. This is the part of the MCU crossover nobody writes posters for, men learning to be inevitable in a city addicted to incident. Halo Spartan discipline poured into Marvel problems. Not flashy. Not meme-able. Necessary. Tomorrow, I said to 01. Directive, he asked, because habit is home. Same as always, I answered. Train. Patrol. Points. Stark does Stark. We do us. He nodded once. The city answered with sirens that didn't belong to us. I finished the soda, crushed the kin with a hand that had thrown more jokes than punches today, and listened to New York breathe. Somewhere, a kid dreamed about Iron Man somewhere else. A parent slept because today we practiced not letting their life become a headline. That's the payoff. That's the reason. That's the chapter. We'll never be the loudest heroes in this universe. We'll be the ones who make sure the loud ones aren't the only thing keeping it alive. Chapter 36, Chapter 36, Spending the Bank. The fortress creaked like an old prize fighter testing his shoulders after a 12-round bout. If buildings had joints, ours was rolling them. Pipes sighed. Radiators ticked. Somewhere deep in the guts of the place, a fan coughed like it had seen too much of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and needed a nap. Veterans moved through the halls with their usual quiet inevitability, no metal crashing, no plate clatter symphony, just the measured cadence of men who carry discipline the way others carry wallets. The rookies, on the other hand, looked like they'd met gravity for the first time and lost the introduction. 07 shuffled past the kitchen doorway with the 1,000-yard stare of a man who'd wrestled a glacier. 08 lowered himself into a chair like someone had replaced his knees with honest opinions. 09 held a coffee like it owed him money but refused to fight about it. 10 and 11, the newest steel in our drawer, wore that particular post-marathon aura: hit by a truck, reverse, hit again, paperwork pending. I sat at the kitchen table with a cold soda and let their collective suffering score the morning. Groans in stereo. The occasional stretch that ended in a whimper. An aborted curse from 08 that died halfway across his tongue. Walking proof training works, I announced to the room at large, raising the kin in a toast to terrible choices. You're all broken, which means you're getting better. Silence. 08 muttered something that wanted to be a complaint and gave up halfway as his core reminded him it existed. Beautiful. ALPHA01 posted by the window where he belongs, a granite silhouette with a panoramic mind. 02 leaned against the wall, arms folded, the human embodiment of a metronome set to judgment. 03 field stripped a rifle on the counter with the affection of a librarian mending a favorite first edition spring out, bolt back, inspection under light, reassemble with clicks that sounded like truth. Unbothered. Unbreakable. If SHIELD had tapped our line and they would hear domesticity with a tactical accent. I clapped once. The room braced as if the sound were a gavel. Pity party's over. Time to see how rich we are. Somewhere between my ears and the world beyond, the system decided to be theatrical. Ding. Points available, 2000. Not bad for a couple of weeks' work, I said, flicking the invisible menu open in my head where a normal person keeps grocery lists. The blue overlay bloomed with our private economy and in-universe bank statement the MCU never meant to code. 2 rookies? Or a full upgrade and a new face? Or do I keep it all for myself like a dragon with a Venmo? Training priority, 02 said, as if I'd asked whether oxygen mattered. Clones expand numbers, 03 countered without looking up from the firing pin he checked against the light. Different opinions, I said, pacing because it helps me think and annoys people who are too sore to turn their heads. It's fine. But the main issue is rookies. We need fewer babysitting hours and more results. I'm also tired of 08's bullets filing noise complaints with the drywall. 08 examined the floor like it contained wisdom. It did. He wasn't reading yet. Recommendation, 04 added from the doorway, voice calm as the other side of a storm. Prioritize 09. I turned. 04 rarely volunteers. When he does, it's because a piece of geometry asked nicely. 09, I said, Dad says you've got potential. He straightened, exhausted and a little proud, like a man who doesn't know where the compliment ends and the obligation begins. Done, I told the air. System, train ALPHA09 to Spartan 2 specifications. The fortress seemed to hold its breath, not superstition, just respect. The blue light came sudden and soft, washed over 09 like an ocean-learned restraint, and sank into him. No flinch. The Spartans treat pain as a bureaucrat, tolerated, ignored, occasionally handed a form. This wasn't pain. This was alignment. When the glow faded, 09's stance had clicked inward by degrees. You feel more than see. Heels quiet, hips under, shoulders hung like armor on a well-forged frame. His breath settled into even tides. His eyes sharpened to that particular Spartan 2 edge I'd come to recognize, not anger, not even intensity, inevitability. He saluted. It wasn't flashy. It was correct. Commander. Look at you, I said, letting myself grin. Polished. 04, congrats, proper partner unlocked. Acknowledged, 04 replied, which is his way of sending fireworks. Ding. Points remaining, 500. Half a tank, I murmured. Which means? I didn't bother with a drum roll. System, summon new clone designation Alpha 12. Light again, taller this time, like the room made space. Then the silhouette resolved into another of my impossible suns, height, mass, silence. The armor wasn't armor yet, it was posture. The gaze wasn't menace yet, it was patience. Welcome to the family, rookie, I said, pitching my voice to carry authority and ease. You're 12. Congratulations on existing. Understood, 05 said before I could assign. He's mine. I didn't argue. 05 is a gravity well, new stars fall into orbit. 12 stepped into 05's shadow and, without instruction, matched his stance exactly, shoulders, chin, weight. It was like watching a cathedral learn symmetry. Armored ducklings, I thought, and had the good grace to not say it out loud. Instead, I said, orientation lap. 05, map him through the house. Keep drills light. He'll be selling his bones to me by dinner. We kept it merciful for 12, merciful by our standards anyway. Learning the fortress is a test and a promise, which corridors creak, which stairs demand careful ankles, where the weapons live and how they like to be greeted. 05 moved him room to room, naming without excess. Armory here. Med here. Egress. Egress. Roof. 12 absorbed it like a blueprint had discovered legs. 09, meanwhile, stepped onto the Mets with 04, and the change wasn't loud, it was precise. His footwork smoothed. His guard stopped being a wall and became a policy. 04 probed for the old habits, overcommitting, hugging, fighting the mat, found them gone or dying and shifted the lesson upward. Frame, 04 said, and 09's forearm slid into a throat pocket with millimeter mercy. Balance, 04 said, and 09's hips sat into their hinge like a truth that couldn't be argued. Again, 04 said, but it wasn't punishment, it was refinement. Worth every point, I told 02 as 09 completed a chain that would have thrown him yesterday and merely made him better today. I should train all of you just for my entertainment. Entertainment is a side effect, 02 said, as if that needed stating. You wound me, I said, holding a hand over my heart. But accuracy is respected. He didn't smile. He did scan the room the way a lifeguard scans a pool, counting by presence, not by face. 02 is what happens when discipline becomes a hobby. 07 grunted through push UPS like the floor might pay him if he made it jealous. I leaned over him at the exact shoulder angle that annoys people who are trying to be heroic. What's that, 07? Can't hear you over the floor you're kissing. He glared, which is progress. Yesterday he might have tried to answer. Today he saved the oxygen and kept going. Perfect. 08 took his place at the line with 03, eyes dry, jaw relaxed, shoulders hanging like he'd learned not to carry tension where it makes the muzzle twitch. The first 3 shots were honest and unambitious. The 4th was a question. The 5th was an answer. The 6th lived exactly where the sights told it to live. Better, 03 said. His praise is a ration. You savor it. 12 finished his tour and returned with 05 walking exactly half a step behind him, close enough to catch mistakes, far enough not to warp growth. 05 put a sandbag in 12's arms and said, carry. No weight was announced. No distance was offered. 12 carried until 05 said stop, and then he stopped like someone had programmed the word into his bones. We ate numbers for breakfast, metrics, times, reps. Lunch was pizza because carbs are cheaper than morale officers, and our usual place knows the code phrase for deliver discreetly to a building full of living statues. The delivery guy caught sight of 12 Spartans moving through the lobby like pillars, had learned to commute and set a personal record for fastest retreat. He left the bag on a table and never broke stride. They don't bite, I called after him. Unless you forget the breadsticks. The door closed on a squeak that sounded like disbelief. We tipped well. We always tip well. We save strangers' lives when they don't know they needed saving. We can definitely save a college kid's night. Afternoon bled into work. 09 and 04 drilled throws that require honesty, foot sweeps, outside trips, the kind of takedowns that use an opponent's insistence against them. 09 found the pocket behind a hip with a hand that had learned nuance, turned the corner at exactly the moment a lesser man would muscle, and took 04 down clean. For the first time since morning, 04's mouth moved into something that might have been a smile if you believed in miracles and microscopes. Again, 04 said softly, and the word sounded like good. 03 installed 08 on moving rails and gave him the MCU, targets that don't behave, occlusions, stutter steps, a no-shoot in a bright shirt. 08's groups tightened, his transitions smoothed, his trigger control turned into punctuation instead of paint. 02 floated, correcting posture, time, angle. I watched him pull 10 back from a bad lift with 2 fingers and a firm control. 10 reset, breathed, pulled with legs instead of ego, and the bar moved like an agreement instead of a dare. 05 set 12 on an introductory strength circuit tempo squats with a broomstick to teach knees to trust ankles, slow deadlift patterns with a kettlebell to make the hinge a habit, carries long enough to teach grip the difference between bravado and endurance. 12 didn't wobble, he absorbed. Not rushing is a skill. 05 cultivates it the way botanists cultivate orchids with discipline, patience, and an unspoken threat of extinction if you get sloppy. Between supervising and heckling, I wandered to the armory window and watched the city breathe through brick. Post Carlson, post Stark, the neighborhood had that alert hum that says you've been noticed. I pictured a SHIELD van 3 blocks away pretending to be a contractor's truck, pictured a Stark drone enjoying our airspace with polite curiosity. Let them watch. Let them write memos about our posture. We'll write outcomes. Status, I asked the room, more to hear the chorus than to harvest the answers. 07 work capacity improving, 02 said. Guard integrity inconsistent. Fixing. 08 trigger press consistent, 03 added. Introduce failure drills after sundown. 09 Spartan 2 baseline established, 04 reported. Chain transitions satisfactory. Balance improving. 10 strength rising, 05 concluded. Tempo adherence adequate. Conditioning tonight. 12, 05 added after a beat, has legs. Brains too. We'll see if he keeps both. I cracked a grin. Gentle parenting, I said. Effective parenting, 05 corrected without heat. We used to fight for every ounce of capability. Now we invest. The system makes it feel like a game. Ding, spend points, unlock power, but the work is still the work. Spartan 2 isn't a skin you buy, it's a demand you meet daily. 09's eyes knew it already. Commander, 09 said quietly when our orbits crossed. His voice didn't try to be respectful. It simply was. How's the new hardware? I asked. Not new, he said after a consideration that would have been silence in another mouth. Revealed. I liked that. Keep revealing it, I said. 04's got a vault full of lessons with your name on them. Understood. We ran one more evolution that afternoon because the MCU never hits you once. Scenario work, a simulated alley, a simulated crowd, a simulated bad idea with a prop that might as well be a weapon if you're stupid. 03 directed evac. 04 created a wall that moved where it needed to and vanished when it didn't. 02 floated like gravity with a clipboard. 09 took lead on the hostile and did it textbook, frame, off balance, floor, restraint, check your 6, breathe. 07 nearly barreled through the no-shoot and corrected mid-step like he'd grown a conscience and brakes. 08 kept his muzzle clean. 10 carried a foam injured without letting adrenaline invent shortcuts. 11 bless the newest calm stepped into a bottleneck, raised a hand, and parted panic with posture. Better, I said aloud. The word earned me 1 nod, 3 exhales, and 05 writing controlled on the whiteboard like he was carving it into stone. By evening, the rookies had become a landscape of sprawled resolve mets dotted with men who had given more than they thought they had. 07 stretched on his back with his hands under his head, eyes open and seeing something he wanted to chase. 08 stared at his palms like they'd just passed a test they'd once failed. 09's chest rose and fell slow and steady. 10 had the look of a man learning to love misery because it promised to love him back with results. 11 sat cross-legged and breathed in 4s like 01 had taught him. The veterans? Upright. Always upright. 01 near the door, a load-bearing piece of night. 02 logging times that will become next week's too slow. 03 policing brass because order isn't a mood. 04 refilling the mop bucket because the floor deserves courtesy. 05 erasing numbers because tomorrow doesn't care what today accomplished unless you bring it forward. I clapped my hands. Echoes snapped against cinder block. Enough, I said. You survived. Barely. That's a win. Sleep. Eat. Tomorrow you'll be less embarrassing when the MCU inevitably schedules a disaster near a food vendor. They groaned. Music. We did mobility because future us also has to walk. 04 led the kind of stretching that feels like you're negotiating with your tendons. 05 counted without mercy. 03 corrected a rookie's breath until the rookie's face went from I hate this to I can live with this. I walked through, adjusted a shoulder here, a knee there, played traffic cop with posture. Showers. Bunks. Rotations written on a whiteboard in 02's neat, serious script, who watches, who sleeps, who gets to dream of pizza. Speaking of, dinner was pizza again, because tradition is glue and pepperoni is morale. The delivery guy broke his own sprint record, which is impressive given last time's sprint record. I tipped the app like it owed me a favor and waved through the closing door. They don't bite, I said again, purely for me. Unless you forget the breadsticks. We ate like men who understand fuel is part of the mission. Jokes the length of a breath. The rookies laughed once each, because laughing twice uses energy, and they needed that for living. 09 ate steadily with the unbothered rhythm of a body that reconciles hunger and discipline without drama. 12 watched, learned, mimicked how to fold the box, where to put the empties, which corner of the table 02 believes belongs to him, all of them. Night fell like a hand over the city's eyes, but New York never sleeps, it just blinks slow. Veterans rotated to windows, rookies rotated to unconsciousness. The fortress settled into its nocturne sensor blips, faint stair creaks, the distant urban wail song of sirens that belong to someone else. Roof. Soda. 01 beside me because that's our ritual, and rituals are how you remind a world that wants to be chaotic that you have a spine. One more trained, one more fresh, I said to the skyline, which was busy wearing a stark-colored afterglow even when Iron Man himself wasn't making news. Family keeps growing. Right track. 01 said nothing, which is his favorite thesis. The wind played with a loose corner of tar paper somewhere behind us. A helicopter cut across the distance like a patient dragonfly. Below, somewhere in our radius, a SHIELD agent finished writing observed, additional tall subject, Alpha 12. Mirrors posture of subject 05, no overt hostility, recommend continued passive surveillance. Fury's ledger will have a new line by morning. Let it. I thought about the points economy again. The system's absurd little bank with its tempting buttons and ethical questions. The MCU likes to tell stories about power you can see: arc reactors, magic hammers, glowing stones. Our power is quieter, a blue prompt no one else can read, a decision tree that runs through safety before spectacle, men who will choose to shepherd a crowd rather than steal a scene. Spending the bank sounds like shopping. It felt like stewardship. Down in the bunks, 07 would wake at 2 a.m. with a better guard and not know why. 08 would dream in sight pictures, front sight, press, reset. 09 would let his bones memorize 1,000 small improvements while he slept. Spartan 2 is a revelation that keeps revealing. 10's hands would throb an argument with a barbell in the morning and win. 11 would get up in the dark to drink water and unconsciously settle into a stance that made the hallway feel safe. 12 would sleep like new steel still cooling. Tomorrow we'd go out again. Not to chase headlines. To be the reason fewer headlines write themselves. Tony Stark will do Tony Stark. Phil Coulson will underline my name once in a report and pretend he isn't smiling when he writes no casualties reported at incidents within known patrol radius. SHIELD will keep watching. The Avengers will keep being loud when it counts. Us? We'll keep spending the bank on the only dividends I care about, narrower groups, steadier hands, better choices, civilians home safe with nothing but a story about Chaos and the way Iron Man looks smaller than he does on TV. I cracked the can. The soda hissed like a secret being polite. Progress steady, 01 said, because sometimes he reads my mind and sometimes he just reads the night. Damn right, I said, and we stood there a while longer, two shapes on a roof, watching a universe that thinks in sequels and set pieces, knowing our job is to make sure all the off-screen lives keep happening between the acts. Chapter 37, Chapter 37, A New Target. The fortress had a pulse you could set a watch to. It thumped through cinder block and old copper like a heartbeat that refused to learn about rest days. Downstairs, 02 put 07 through sparring until 07 forgot what quitting felt like and started mistaking forward for oxygen. On the firing line, 03 ran 08 on reload drills until magazines became metronomes and the sound of click seat tap rack turned into music. On the mats, 04 and newly sharpened 09 repeated takedowns until even the concrete learned their names and decided to cooperate. At the racks, 05 turned 10 and 12 into pendulums under the bar tempo, pause, breathe, rise until gravity gave up on arguing and started filing complaints. 11 shadowed 01 like a reflection that had upgraded to intent. Step for step, weight for weight, the apprentice mirroring the mountain. If 01 is a cliff sculpted by patience, 11 is the first wind that learns the shape and comes back wiser. I leaned on the basement rail, soda sweating in my hand, and watched the whole machine run itself. Regular boot camp, I announced, because commentary is free and morale is a renewable resource. Only problem? No one smiles. More fists. More steel. More brass singing against rubber. Zero laughter. Tragic. The Marvel Cinematic Universe does great soundtracks, our playlist is all discipline and breath. We'd schemed the city long enough muggers, throwaway gangs, neighborhood toughs who thought Hell's Kitchen was a brand and not a warning. Points flowed, but they trickled. The system likes good deeds, but it loves leverage. If we wanted real momentum, if we wanted to move the needle in a city where Stark Industries headlines and SHIELD memos breed like pigeons, we needed a bigger target. Not noise. A node. Kingpin, I said to nobody and everybody. The name locked into place like a vault door. Wilson Fisk. The man who treats supply chains like arteries and politicians like organs. Warehouses, cash houses, shell companies, floors and floors of muscle. You break him, and the city doesn't just stagger. It rebalances. The system hummed quiet, approving, the way a good accountant hums when you show them a plan that survives the math. I let the morning play out until bodies were honest and lungs had learned new words. Then I clapped once, and the room changed shape around the sound. Lounge, I said. Boots on. Brains on. Bring the kind of attention that doesn't shout. We filed into the lounge the way swells file into a tight inevitable, ordered, aware. 12 Spartans took the walls. The floor learned to be respectful. I dropped into the chair at the head of a battered table and put my boots up because you can be casual and in charge at the same time. 02 gave the boots a look. I gave 02 a shrug. We split the difference. I didn't move them, and he didn't file a complaint. Crumbs are out, I said. We're done snacking. Time to take a bite out of the man who thinks he owns this town. Objective, high risk, 02 said, as if reading a weather report that predicted knives. High reward, I countered. We cut legs first. Warehouses. Gangs. Trucks. By the time Fisk looks up, he's a tower with no base. Recommendation, 04 said from my left, voice calm as good steel. Neutralize assets first. Exactly, I said. We don't fight the man. We make the man show up to a fight missing his spine. 01 didn't speak. He didn't need to. When 01 agrees, the room assumes gravity will comply. Assignments sketched themselves. Team 1, 010203. Docks and warehouses. Empty them quiet. Preserve inventory for evidence. Damage only what insists on being a problem. Team 2, 040709. Street muscle. Sweep and drop. Non-lethal. Fast hands, faster exits. Leave Fisk payroll neatly zip-tied for the NYPD to find without becoming our pen pals. Team 3, 051012. Supply routes. Intercepts, not explosions. We block arteries and let the heart worry. Support, I float. I keep the scales even. If a team bogs, I grease. If a crowd forms, I shepherd. If SHIELD tries to audition for the surveillance state, I make sure we're boring on camera. Questions? I asked. Rules of engagement, 03 said, because of course he did. Same as always, I said. No fatalities. Minimal property damage. Preserve evidence. Civilians first, ego last. If you can do it quietly, you do it quietly. If you can't do it quietly, you do it correctly. Understood, 03 replied. Comms, 02 added. Encrypted, short, clear, I said. Call signs, no names. Code words if you need humor. 05, keep Team 3 from auditioning for a Fast and Furious spin-off. Controlled, 05 said. Street handling. 04 asked, which is his way of reminding the rookies crowds are the real end boss. Same choreography we drilled, I said. 04 is a wall, 07 and 09 are hands that say go this way. If civilians shout, you become calm. If cameras appear, you become boring. We're the MCU heroes whose scenes get cut because we make other scenes possible. Fisk has lawyers, 02 warned. Fisk has lawyers, I agreed. We have results. Paper beats rock in court. Results beat both in public. We moved. A bus that wasn't a bus waited curbside, windows tinted just enough to keep curiosity at a healthy distance. We boarded without a flourish. The city slid around us like it wasn't ready for the day to change shape. Docks. The water smelled like iron filings and second chances. Cranes edged the sky, corrugated steel stacked itself into mazes, forklifts idled like bulls hypnotized by clipboards. The New York docks are 1,000 different jurisdictions pretending they're one. There also were men like Fisk hide legitimacy in plain sight paper trails with muscles. Team 1 peeled off toward a warehouse with a logo that meant nothing and a history that meant everything. I took a high catwalk with 01 to watch the floor map itself. 02 moved like a roomer with elbows, 03 ghosted along the racks of shrink-wrapped home goods that looked exactly like textbook covers for smuggling. 20 men in work jackets and bravado pretended they were a union meeting. Pistols and waistbands made the pretense fragile. The first one reached for his gun. 02 put a palm under his wrist and a knuckle in his elbow. The gun was no longer a gun, it was a memory on the floor. 03 made another weapon disappear before its owner found the trigger. Disarm, strip, slide behind a pallet, restraint. 01 stepped into a group of 3 the way a boulder steps into a river, the water goes around because that's what water does. He redirected a swing, used it to throw the man into his friend, and helped the third discover gravity's sense of humor. Efficient, I said into comms, leaning on a crate stenciled with a company that would give a journalist an aneurysm. You even left the merchandise intact. Fisk will hate that. Pallets are evidence, 03 replied, not bothering to hide the satisfaction in his voice. Serial numbers. Shipping manifests. Chain of custody. Do not get romantic with paperwork, I told him. Save some love for your optics. Front sight, press, he said, deadpan, and 02's sigh came through like a patient curse. We left the warehouse looking like it had hosted a yoga class that specialized in zip ties. Everybody breathing. Every weapon unloaded. Every camera pointed at the floor. 03 tucked a copy of a manifest under a tarp because sometimes you give the NYPD a breadcrumb to make sure they follow the loaf. 2 piers down, the same dance played to a slightly different tune, fewer guns, more arrogance. 02 handled arrogance with a kind of professionalism that should be bottled and sold to HR departments. 01 kept a man from using a wrench on a rookie by catching the wrench mid-swing and turning it into a polite invitation to sit down. The man sat. Gravity applauded. We moved fast enough to feel like a rumor and careful enough to make a judge nod. Team 1 left the docks behind with 3 warehouses quiet, 2 forklifts parked, and 1 foreman wondering which life choices had angered a very polite ghost. Street muscle. Team 2 swept blocks like rain. 04, as always, was the weather front calm, inevitable, something you see coming and still underestimate. 07, under 02's programming, hit like he meant it and recovered like he'd learned to be patient. 09, with Spartan 2 baseline humming through new connections, flowed under 04's quiet corrections and let geometry do the hard work. Go, 04 said, and 07 went, cutting an angle on a guy who had the look of a small-time enforcer and the footwork of a man who never learned to pivot. 07's frame set, the man met the floor gently because 04 has a way of making violence feel like gravity's idea. A second man tried to be brave with a bat. 09 stole his base. It was a simple outside trip, but it was clean, the kind of clean that makes bad knees reconsider themselves. 09 braced the bat with his forearm, twisted the wrist with enough pressure to communicate, and the bat was a stick that preferred the ground. Zip, 07 said, and 09 zipped. They left the men bundled like returns waiting for pickup. We threaded past a bodega where a clerk watched from behind a fortress of scratch-off tickets, phone in hand, jaw tight. I stepped in, lifted my hands, and showed empty. We're not here for you, I said. You don't owe anyone a story. Fisk, he asked, like a curse. Not your problem today, I said, and pointed to the zip-tied cluster down the block. Yours is handling the crowd that will show up to stare. He nodded once, relief and fear sharing a handshake, and flipped his sign to closed because he understood the choreography of safety better than most. 3 streets over, Team 2 walked into a pocket of bravado 5 men with visible hardware and invisible training. 04 let them see him, he wanted the attention. 07 and 09 became the wind behind, beside, below. It looked like a dance until hands met wrists and wrists met walls. One man tried to fish for his waistband, 04 stepped into his space and put a palm on his chest, not violent, just inexorable. The man forgot he had ambitions. Didn't have to tease you once, I told 09 when we regrouped. He reset his stance anyway, because good is never done. Supply routes. Team 3 did the thing that looks simple on paper and turns into art on asphalt. 05, 10, and 12 mapped the arteries, the truck routes that feed cash houses and fake non-profits and restaurant chains that cook books better than food. We don't blow trucks. We don't set fires. We make traffic decide to be helpful. Intersection 3, 05 said into comms. Box in. No panic. 10 parked the bus that wasn't in the lane that wasn't a lane 5 seconds ago. 12 moved into the driver's mirror like a polite suggestion and then became an instruction. The truck driver did what truck drivers do when 3 impossible men appear in formation and ask nicely. He panicked. Door, 05 said, and 12 peeled it like a sticker. Not ripped, peeled. He caught the driver before the pavement could try something. 10 guided him to the curb and put him on his knees with a hand that felt like a sofa, heavy, comfortable, immovable. Keys, 05 said. The driver handed them over with the resigned reflex of a man who has learned something about leverage. 05 killed the engine, popped the back, and verified what we already knew: boxes, manifests, a few pallets missing the correct paperwork, one hidden compartment so lazy it felt insulting. Leave the truck, I said. If it can roll, it can testify. We used cones the city didn't know it owned, a couple of hazard triangles, and a 05-shaped glare to redirect traffic. When we moved, the intersection returned to normal like nothing had happened except the city had become marginally safer and marginally more interesting at parties. Another, 05 said. 12 nodded, and I watched the way his shoulders settled into the job. Impossible had become routine, and routine had become a standard. Float. I floated. I went where the map tugged. A block where Team 2 needed an extra pair of hands to shepherd a crowd past a choke point while 3 men pretending not to be Fisk's tax collectors discovered zip ties. A dock lane where Team 1 required a distraction long enough to get a forklift operator to choose life over loyalty. An intersection where Team 3's no panic ran into a civilian with a camera and a loud opinion. I smiled for the lens and waved like a tourist, because being boring on video is a superpower. On one pass, I cut through an alley and found a teenager wedged between being brave and being stupid. Phone up, heart skittering, feet deciding whether to bolt. Wrong movie, I told him gently. Nothing to see here. Yet. Go home, tell your friends you saw Avengers extras warming up. He blinked, laughed, and ran. Humor saves more lives than knives do. Write that down. The Swiss cheese effect. By nightfall, Fisk's network looked like Swiss cheese. Warehouses empty of their secrets, forklifts parked like they'd been scolded by a very disappointed parent, gang blocks swept without a single broken window the NYPD would blame on the wrong people, trucks abandoned in neat little lines that would make insurance adjusters drink. Runners gift-wrapped in neat bundles at street corners with their phones piled like surrendered flags. No fires. No bodies. Plenty of questions. Ding. Points earned, 3,000. Reason, high-level criminal disruption, multiple captures, targeted strikes. Jackpot, I said, the word drifting into every earbud. Told you Fisk was worth it. 02 didn't say told you so because he doesn't waste air. 03 did a small piece of math in his head and made a noise that counted as contentment. 04 exhaled the kind of breath you store for later. 05 moved everyone toward the egress points without changing pace, because victories end cleaner when you don't linger. We left breadcrumbs where we wanted attention, manifests in plain sight, anonymous tips to precincts we trust, a neat list of names whispered through channels that don't make their own news. We didn't hang banners. We don't do selfies. We don't audition for Daily Bugle headlines. J. Jonah can yell at clouds without us. The reactions, because the MCU loves an audience. Not our problem, but I thought about it anyway because pattern recognition is survival. Somewhere in a penthouse that pretends Hell's Kitchen stops at the elevator, Wilson Fisk would look at a wall of monitors and feel his city stutter. He'd call a lawyer, then a lieutenant, then a contractor, then a politician who's fluent in donations. He'd write our shadows into a ledger and whisper, "Find them." Somewhere under too much glass, Tony Stark would glance at a dashboard nobody can see but him and raise one eyebrow at a cluster of incidents where nobody died and everything inconvenient to Fisk ended up gift-wrapped. He'd ask Jarvis to cross-reference height patterns and posture signatures and then make a face when the results came back unhelpful. He'd text a joke and not send it. He'd save it for later. Somewhere at a desk that's seen more calm than combat, Phil Coulson would underline my name once and write targeted disruption, clean, deliberate, escalatory potential, recommend observation and controlled contact. He'd sip coffee, make a call, and tell a very large man with an eye patch that variables had started playing chess. Debrief. Back at the fortress, the building took our noise and ate it. The veterans moved through the after-mission rituals with the same precision they bring to fights, weapons cleared, optics cleaned, zip tie counts replenished, water bottles that think they're trophies. The rookies stretched with the seriousness of men who have learned that tomorrow is a jealous god. We gathered in the lounge again, not because rooms like this make speeches, but because rooms like this make teams. I didn't put my boots on the table this time. Respect isn't a prop. Report, I said. Team 103 said. 3 warehouses. 26 hostiles, all restrained. 6 firearms, all unloaded. 1 hidden compartment with laundered invoices. 1 foreman who quit reality for a minute. Damage? I asked. 0 structural, he said. 1 pallet jack now has trust issues. Team 204 said. 4 blocks, 8 pockets. 19 hostiles restrained. 2 attempted escalations, both corrected. Crowd managed. 1 bodega owner closed for his own safety. Rookies? I asked. 07 less flinch, 04 said. 09 balance consistent under stress. Team 305 said. 2 trucks intercepted. 1 hidden compartment. No collisions. No panic. 12 understands stop. 10. I asked, because I like to measure new endurance against old expectations. Grip improved, 05 said. Breathing intermittent. Will improve. 08. I asked, looking at 03 because marksmanship is a love affair with accountability. Reload rhythm established, 03 said. Introduce malfunction drills. Add no-shoot overlays next cycle. I nodded. Notes from the field, we are official nightmares of Wilson Fisk's supply chain. We made his day worse without making anyone's last. That's the brand. We keep it. 07 managed something like a grin. 09 stood like a man who'd learned new gravity. 10 flexed his fingers like the barbell had left a promise in them. 11 mirrored 01's posture without thinking and corrected it without being told. 12 watched 05, breathed when he did, and blinked when he didn't. It's a start. Future threats, 02 said, because evenings make him generous. Retaliation. Hired specialists. Increased legal scrutiny. Possible NYPD pressure. Possible SHIELD curiosity, 03 added. Probable SHIELD curiosity, I corrected. High chance of a Stark quip. Low chance of muffins from pepper pots. Will survive. Next steps. 04 asked, because forward is the only gear that matters. We cut legs, now we cut tendons, I said. Cash houses next. Not smash and grab. Quiet seizures. We gift trap bank receipts and fake charities. We escort the civilians who thought they had real jobs to doors that don't lead to bullets. Digital trail, 03 said. I can't pull it, but I can angle the evidence so the right auditors smell blood. Do that, I said. We're not the only ones who like leverage. I pulled the system into focus like a HUD only I can see. 3,000 points blinked at me like a slot machine that refuses to apologize. We could spend now, build later, or hoard like dragons. The temptation to hit upgrade everyone thrummed. The urge to roll ALPHA13 into existence tugged. Instead, I exhaled and let the blue glow settle. Not spending tonight, I said, more to myself than the room. We bank when the board is resetting. Fisk thinks we took a bite. Tomorrow we take a bigger one. Directive. 01 asked, which is how he says good meeting. Eat, I said. Then sharpen. Then sleep. In that order. The quiet between. We ate. Not pizza this time, shock, horror, but a mountain of food that would make a nutritionist bite their knuckles. Carbs to rebuild. Protein to convince sore muscles this relationship is worth saving. Salt because the city takes it. 02 kept an eye on hydration like it was a second job. 03 thought his hands in tea because finger dexterity is a resource. 04 stretched calves with the patience of a yoga teacher who carries a badge in his heart. 05 wrote tomorrow's numbers with neat cruelty. The rookies did the only thing rookies can do after a day like this, absorb. I did rounds. I put hands on shoulders. I adjusted a posture here, a mindset there. I told 07 the difference between aggression and permission. I told 08 his groups looked like decisions. I told 09 that Spartan 2 wasn't a finish line, it was a new starting gun. I told 10 that fatigue is evidence of investment. I told 11 that mirroring is good, predicting is better. I told 12 that breathing is a tactic. No speeches. Speeches are for ceremonies. This is work. We washed the day off in hot water and humility. Veterans took window posts in rotations that would make clockmakers nod. Rookies collapsed into bunks with the kind of sleep you can only buy with effort. The fortress hummed at night pitch. The city did its neon whale song 2 blocks over. Roof. Ritual dragged me to the roof with a soda and 01 because I am, at heart, a creature of habit with a taste for carbonation. The kin hissed, soft, the sound of a secret choosing to be friendly. The skyline wore its stark-colored afterglow because the MCU never really clocks out. Somewhere out there, SHIELD cameras zoomed and noted and fed their memos. Somewhere else, Tony Stark was telling Jarvis to name our posture annoyingly consistent. One node down, I said, watching the docks glimmer like the city had learned to wink. Not broken. Just bleeding confidence. 01 stood like the horizon had hired him. Wind tugged a hair that didn't exist. He said nothing. We'll get pressure, I went on. From above, from below. Fisk will try to buy us, or crush us, or both. Coulson will knock or not. Either way, we stay boring on camera and necessary on the street. Progress steady, 01 said. Damn right. The system pulsed once more at the edge of thought 3,000 already banked, a quiet encouragement to keep going. I didn't tap it. I let it sit like a star. Downstairs, 09's bones would knit lessons into longer muscle memory. 08 would dream in reload rhythms. 12 would learn the building in his sleep, mapping creaks to corners. 05 would wake once, check the time, and go back to being inevitable. 02 would hear a siren and count the beats between intersections. 03 would fall asleep mid-list and finish it when he opened his eyes. 04 would breathe like a mountain. We'd done the kind of day the Marvel fandom never celebrates with fanart, targeted strikes, non-lethal takedowns, crowd control done right, evidence preserved, warehouses left intact for NYPD cameras to record. We'd turned Wilson Fisk's confidence into a question mark. Not a battle. A nudge. A big one. Crumbs are out, I'd told them. I meant it. We're past snacks. We're at entrees. Tomorrow we set the table again and make the city eat something healthy even if it doesn't want to. I finished the soda, crushed the can, and listened to New York breathe. 11 Spartans and 1 impossible life. 12, now. Halo discipline poured into Marvel problems. Spartan 2 posture under MCU lights. We are not the loudest story. We are the reason loud stories end better. I flicked the can into the bin, looked at 01, and nodded toward the stairs. Directive, he asked, the hinge the day turns on. Same as always, I said. Train. Patrol. Points. And tomorrow? I looked out at the docks, at the lanes where trucks think they own the morning. We take another bite. The city answered with sirens that, for once, didn't belong to us. Chapter 38, Chapter 38, More Brothers in Arms. Morning headlines did me the courtesy of starting the day with music. Unidentified vigilantes disrupt Fisk's operations. Law enforcement baffled. Hell's Kitchen night raid leaves gift-wrapped suspects, intact evidence. Who are the tall men? No, not Avengers. Click. 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 Every network had a take, Daily Bugle outrage, local stations breathless, one national anchor delivering concern with a smile big enough to sell toothbrushes. The Marvel Cinematic Universe loves a spectacle. Last night we gave it a quiet one: clean takedowns, preserved warehouses, trucks parked neatly where auditors could find them. Apparently restraint is newsworthy. I flipped channels with a grin and a soda. The fortress breathed around me, pipes warming, concrete settling, the subtle, shared exhale of a building that has decided to wake up and take a swing at the day. Veterans drifted through the lobby with their usual inevitability. Rookies haunted coffee like it owed them time off. Ding. Points available, 3,000. I let the blue overlay bloom in the corner of my mind like a HUD I didn't order and wouldn't trade. Time to grow the family, I said, pushing off the couch. Veterans didn't blink. Rookies 07 through 12 looked relieved in the way men look relieved when they learn pain is about to be divided by a bigger denominator. I clapped once, the building's attention clicked over. Today, I announced, we buy numbers. No speech. No drumroll. Just the spending screen only I can see and the kind of certainty you get when the plan and the points finally agree. System, summon clone designation Alpha 13. Light answered as if it had been waiting in the stairwell, soft, clean, a wash that made the lobby seem newly drawn. Height coalesced into a silhouette, the silhouette found posture, posture found stillness. The man looked up and locked onto me like a compass needle finding north. Commander. Welcome to the circus, 13, I said. Don't worry, the elephants are housebroken. Zero reaction. Perfect. Humor is optional, obedience to physics isn't. System, summon clone designation Alpha 14. Another flare, another tower of potential. The floor didn't creak, it adjusted. Commander. You're 14, I said. You stay with 03. Follow his discipline, not his hairstyle. 03 didn't bite. Of course not. 03 keeps his hair like he keeps his groups, tight, austere, unimpressed by trends. System, summon clone designation Alpha 15. Light. Steel. A third set of eyes stepped into the work. Commander. Congratulations, I said. You're alive. Don't waste it. Assignments fell into place like magnets, remembered they were related. 1302, Maths, Fundamentals, Misery with Purpose. 1403, Range, Reload Cadence, Muzzle Discipline. 1504, Gravity, Footwork, Humility as a Martial Art. 01, Watched it land then resumed being a piece of load-bearing horizon. 05 rolled his shoulders once, doing math I'd see on a whiteboard later. Orientation, I said. Short and sweet. Rules of engagement, no fatalities, preserve evidence, civilians first, ego last. Posture is a verb, not a pose. Our brand is boring on camera, inevitable on the street. SHIELD watches. Stark watches. Fisk bleeds money. We don't miss. Understood, 13/14/15 said together, voices tuned to the same quiet key. We broke the lobby apart and poured it into the basement. The fortress carries sound differently when the count's this high, footsteps become weather, breath becomes tide. The circuit, bigger. Training persisted on a larger circuit, the way a city persists when it grows, same streets, more traffic, smarter lights. 13 hit the Mets with 0-2 and learned the first rule of Spartan 2 posture, you don't stand so much as you decide where the ground ends and you begin. 0-2's instruction is the opposite of poetry 1 and 2 word fixes, sometimes just a tap on the elbow that says lower, or a knuckle to the lat that says own it. Guard, 0-2 said. 13 raised his hands. Taller, 0-2 said. The guard didn't go up. The presence did. Jab, 0-2 said, and 13's hand extended with honest velocity and bad intentions. Again. We build a man with repetition, jab cross hook, frame pummel, underhook turn, break fall shrimp stand sweat sheeted until the mat forgot it was a product and remembered it was a partner. 0-2's face changed twice, once to nope a sloppy posture, once to approve a correction so clean it made the air nod. 14 found the line with 0-3. Ear pro, eye pro, safety briefings recited until they sounded like prayer. 0-3 field stripped him of bad habits he hadn't even had time to form. Grip, 0-3 said, correcting thumbs without ceremony. Front sight. Press. Don't paint me a mural, type me a sentence. 14's first string grouped like a neighborhood dispute. The second turned into a family reunion. By the third, the holes hugged like punctuation. Reload, 0-3 said. 14 slammed a magazine like it owed him rent. 0-3 lifted a finger, no. Make it music. Tap seat rack again. 3 strings later, 14's hands learned a cadence he could carry outside the range and into a crowd without telegraphing panic. 15 spent time with 0-4 and the ground got to say hello a lot. 0-4 doesn't throw you at the floor, he introduces you to it until you finally treat it like a responsible adult. Balance drills. Base. Hand fighting that looks like arguing quietly with physics and ends with physics feeling heard. Step, 0-4 said tiny adjustment, left foot, half ink on paper. 15 stepped, weight like poured sand. Hands, 0-4 said. 15 raised them and discovered his shoulders had been talking behind his back. Again. They chain wrestled through mistakes until the mat started returning the favor and catching him soft where it could have caught him loud. The first successful outside trip landed because 0-4 let it land. The second landed because 15 stopped trying to be a hero and started trying to be correct. I floated between them, the way I always do, a soda in hand, irreverence holstered, eyes never still. 13, you're petting the pads, I said over 0-2's shoulder. Hit. The next combination arrived with commitment instead of apology. 0-2 approved with a silence that made the air blush. 14, the target's the middle. Try it. 14 made the middle feel seen. 15, toddlers keep their feet longer. He scowled then smiled then stopped doing both and got better. Ignored, focused, perfect. Fitting the teeth. Numbers don't mean much if the gear doesn't fit. We ran a fast, ugly, necessary uniform day. Armor and fit. 0-5 ran the tape while I ran the mouth. Torso plates seated flat, a hard requirement, not a suggestion. Shoulder mobility tests, ankle flex checks, hip clearance in a squat that 0-5 held for an 8 count because, and I quote, control is not a rumor. 13 took a size we had in stock, 14 required shimming, 15 inherited a set that looked like it was made for him in a factory that knew my name. Comms. 0-3 issued earpieces, encryption chips, the strict admonition that comms discipline isn't a vibe. Call signs only. No names. If a camera can read lips, it should learn nothing. We ran a check 01's start, 02's clear, 03's front sight, 04's balance, 05's controlled and made sure the new 3 could hear the beat of the building. Medical and baseline. I ran a fingertip pulse ox because oxygen deficits don't care about heroics. 02 measured resting heart rates, 05 wrote numbers with the neat cruelty of a man who intends to lower them. 04 tested ankle integrity the way a sculptor tests stone press, release, watch the rebound. House map. 11 led 13-15 through the corridors like a docent at a museum for stubborn architecture, armory, med, kitchen, lounge, bunk rooms, roof, egress routes. Do not touch 02's label maker. Do not move 03's targets. Do not ask 05 if you can skip leg day. There is no leg day. Every day is leg day. The floor is everywhere. Doctrine. I repeated the rules because nothing ruins a good day like improvising ethics, no fatalities, minimal property damage, preserve evidence, civilians first, ego last. If you can end a fight without throwing a punch, you do it and then you go home smug. 03 added, muzzle low unless you intend otherwise. 04 added, hands are statements. 05 added, controlled. 02 said nothing, his posture said everything. 2 floors of work. We turned the basement into a metronome and the first floor into a classroom. Veterans taught like the military makes saints teach patience with a stopwatch. 02 and 13, combinations into clinch work. Frame pummel turn. Elbow shield that won't break your own wrist. 13 moved like a man who planned to keep moving, 02 corrected like a man who had done this too many times to tolerate decorative mistakes. Lower your car, 02 said. My center of gravity, 02 clarified. Drive it. Don't wear it. 13 lowered. The mat approved. 03 and 14, failure drills and malfunctions. Tap rack bang becomes tap rack assess, add magazine changes without mag dumping your neighbor, introduce no shoot overlays that punish impatience. 14 had steady hands, 03 tuned his eyes. We walked the rails to moving target, no shoot at 2 o'clock, then to target occluded, wait for window, then to this is a camera, cameras are predators, be boring. 04 and 15, balance as a way of life. 04 is gravity's lawyer. He sues your feet for malpractice. 15 learned when to be a post and when to be a door, when to push and when to become a hole someone falls into by accident. The first time he tried to muscle a throw, 04 let him push himself into the floor as a demonstration. The second time, 15 redirected pressure and the mat accepted him like a win. 05 and everyone, strength as punctuation. Farmers carries up and down the narrow hallway that pretends it's wider when 02 walks through. Sled push on painted concrete, measured by breath not by distance. Tempo squats to the count of a man who doesn't blink. Control, he said, and quads obeyed. 01 and 11, shadow work, because the roof doesn't guard itself. 11 mirrored 01 step for step through the microdrills that make a sentinel, scan, identify exits, read the weird, decide what matters, do nothing until it's time to do everything. 11's stance settled into that Spartan 2 inevitability I like seeing, ready without shouting ready. In between, I heckled for morale and corrected for keeps. 13, if you're going to throw that hook like you mean it, turn the hip like you own it, I said. He did. The bag agreed. 14, stop flirting with the edge. Center. The target has won. Use it. 15, you have a spine, not a swivel chair. Plant. Then move. They ignored me the way good students ignore applause and pity. Focused. Perfect. The culture grows. 15 Spartans filled the building's seams. The fortress learned new footfalls, new respirations, new habits. Our culture doesn't change when the head count does, it deepens. Choreography of silence. More bodies, same quiet. The weight room didn't get louder, it got steadier. The firing line didn't get busier, it got tighter. We didn't repeat commands, we refined them until they could be passed with a look and a point. Rituals. 02 wrote the watch schedule on the whiteboard in the neat, murderous cursive that makes time behave. 03 added a column for ammo checked and underlined it once. 04 penciled in mobility blocks that read like a yoga studio owned by a bouncer. 05 wrote tempo on the wall between two racks and underlined it with chalk thick as a finger. Humor. 07 and 08 invented a game where you get one look per day at 02 and have to decide if it's disappointment or approval. No one ever wins. 09 started writing balance in tiny block letters on the corner of a mop bucket as a gift to 04. 10 found out 05 doesn't believe in music during lifts because the metronome is inside you. 11 caught 14 moving like 03 and never mentioned it because he remembers how many corrections it takes to make a person quiet. 12 tried to reorganize the med cabinet, caught 02's eyebrow, and reorganized his choices. Doctrine reinforced. Law enforcement headlines turned into case studies. We watched muted segments about unidentified vigilantes and learned how the outside sees the inside. SHIELD would file memos, Coulson would underline variables. Tony Stark would ask Jarvis to match silhouettes and come up empty except for the note annoyingly consistent posture. We kept training on being annoyingly consistent. That's our magic power. The afternoon test, small, on purpose. I'm allergic to letting new steel rust. Late afternoon, I staged 2 micro-scenarios to shake out the fit. Scenario A: the hallway squeeze. Narrow corridor, foam benches as obstacles, 2 cones representing people who panic and don't listen, a taped electrified rail because I don't waste a good Stark Expo lesson. Team, 0213, with 11 running crowd language and me observing. Start, 01 said from the end of the hall, voice like the sun accepting an invitation. 13 led with his hands low and open the universal sign for I'm here to help and I could bench press your bad day. 11 slid into the pocket, pointed with palm, not with finger, less stabby, more shepherd, guided the cones civilians past the rail without making them feel stupid. 02 floated, inventorying disaster, preventing it. At the midpoint I bumped a bench into 13's shins because I am both teacher and hazard. He didn't stumble, he folded like a hinge, absorbed, redirected, kept moving. He earned the half-inch of approval 02's chin gives out on holidays. Scenario B: the corner and the camera. Stairs, a tight landing, a hostile with a foam knife, hello, 07, and a civilian with a phone, 08, acting with a commitment that would land him a background gig in an Avengers crowd scene. Team, 0314, with 04 as the backstop. 07 came hot around the corner on cue. 14's hands came up the good kind, thumbs in, fingers out, elbows ready to frame. 03 said, hands. Voice. Move him, don't box him. 14 stepped off the line, guided 07 into the corner without joint drama, stripped the foam knife with a disarm that would make a dojo nod, kept the muzzle low even though he didn't have a muzzle yet. 08 shoved a phone in his face. 14 didn't swat. He shifted face out of frame, body angled, action boring for camera, effective for life. Better, I said. 03 allowed a single approving exhale. That's basically a parade. The head count. By night, the new trio shook with exhaustion, the old guard looked like statues that had decided to breathe. 15 Spartans filled the hallways and the idea of this building. We lined them wall to wall in the lounge because sometimes morale needs a picture. From 01 to 15, the sequence looked impossible in the way mountains look impossible when you try to count them. Different heights, same inevitability. The uniforms weren't identical. The fortress is a tailor with opinions, but the posture was Spartan 2 posture. UNSC discipline poured into MCU problems. The kind of lineup that makes Wilson Fisk check his bank accounts and SHIELD check their bandwidth. I raised a soda like a general at a picnic. From 1 to 15, I said. Full squad and then some. Kingpin doesn't stand a chance. Silence answered the good kind, the kind with weight. Not bravado. Not growling. Just the quiet of men who understand that numbers are multipliers, not costumes. I tapped the rim of the can to the table and let the moment hold. The system glowed faint at the edge of thought. 3,000 spent, 0 banked, a ledger that finally matched the roster on my wall. Logistics, because family is work. Bunks. We reshuffled assignments without turning it into drama. 13 bunked across from 02 because osmosis is real. 14 took the corner near the range doors so 03 could drag him out at unholy hours. 15 went 2 doors down from 04 because you should never sleep next to your teacher, too much gravity in one room. Watch. 02 slotted the new 3 into the rotation. No one pulls 2 consecutive. Everyone learns how the fortress breathes at 3 a.m. and how New York sounds just before dawn. Gear. 03 handed over fresh slings, 14 learned that a sling is a seatbelt, not a necklace. 05 set a schedule for plate carries because gear doesn't count until you've sweated under it. 04 snuck mobility sheets onto 15's pillow, 15 pretended not to see them and did the work anyway. Admin. I hate administration. 02 loves it. We compromised, he did the boring parts, I signed things that said commander in a box no one else can see. Pizza, a tragic farce. It is a law of this household that pizza arrives when the day says enough. I ordered too much because 15 Spartans eat like a fiscal policy. The delivery guy walked in, saw what looked like the Avengers lineup if the Halo franchise wrote the casting call, and nearly fainted. To his credit, he didn't drop the bag. They don't bite, I said. Mostly. He laughed the terrified laugh of a man who gets tipped in survival. I tipped him out of sympathy and civic pride. He fled like a gazelle that had seen a National Geographic camera and knew how that ends. We ate like training is fuel, not punishment. 02 enforced hydration like a petty god. 03 warmed his hands around tea and scribbled a note about occlusion drills that would ruin 14's tomorrow in the best way. 04 stretched calves on a stair and gave 15 a nod for doing the same. 05 sat under a rack, back to steel, and wrote numbers with the contentment of a man who sees the shape of next week and approves. 07 tried a joke, failed, then succeeded. 08 showed 14 a trick with mag pouches that he'd learned the hard way. 09 ate steadily, no rush, like a man who has made peace with fuel as duty. 10 rotated a lacrosse ball under a hamstring and made a face that said he was reconsidering every life choice but would keep them. 11 watched 01 watch the room and copied the watch without copying the worry. 12 asked 05 a question about tempo and got an answer that will haunt his quads forever. I stood in the doorway, soda in hand, and let the noise wash through me. Low chatter, fork scrape, boot scuff, chair leg. I counted to 15 and didn't worry about the number. Numbers can be broken. This felt like something else. A chorus line the city doesn't know it needs until the music changes. Debrief, micro, as a treat. No speeches. We're not a movie with a standing ovation. Still there's value in one paragraph of gospel. Today was for growth, I said. Tomorrow returns to Wilson Fisk cash houses, fake charities, the arteries he thinks we won't find. SHIELD will watch. Tony Stark will smirk. Coulson will underline. Will be the reason the headlines get bored. Directive. 01 asked, because he's the hinge every day turns on. Same as always, I said. Train, patrol, points. Civilians first, ego last. If the MCU tries to hand you a spotlight, use it to light an exit. Nods. One understood. The room dissolved into cleanup without me having to point. Roof, 15 and a skyline. Night fell and put neon eyebrows on the city. I went to the roof because ritual keeps you honest. 01 joined without being asked because mountains don't need invitations. New York's glow wore a stark hue even when Tony wasn't throwing a party. Somewhere, Jarvis crawled a police blotter, flagged the gift-wrapped suspects, and failed to cross-reference our posture with a known entity. Somewhere, Phil Coulson wrote annoyingly disciplined in a margin and pretended he didn't respect it. Somewhere higher, Wilson Fisk poured a drink and asked a mirror if respect and fear are twins or just cousins who eat together on holidays. From 1 to 15, I said quietly to the skyline, raising the last soda like a toast to math and stubbornness. Full squad and then some. 01 didn't comment. He doesn't need to. The wind tried to move him, the wind apologized. Fisk doesn't stand a chance, I added not as a boast, as a forecast. We're not storm chasers. We are the weather. Slow fronts. Clean pressure. No lightning unless necessary. Below us, the fortress settled into that late-hour hum I love, watch rotations clicking, bunks groaning, someone in the kitchen putting 3 slices of pizza into a plastic container like the future owes them kindness. The system sat in the corner of my awareness and didn't blink. Points, 0 roster, 15. Trajectory, steady. We'll spend again on skill, on steel, on the kind of upgrades that turn good into inevitable. But not tonight. Tonight was for your teeth. Tomorrow is for biting. I finished the soda, crushed the can, and listened to a city that thinks in sequels and snacks on chaos. We'll be there between the acts, the quiet part of the Marvel story, the halo spine under the MCU skin. Progress steady, 01 said, because he always knows which line to deliver last. Damn right, I replied, and we stood a while longer, 2 silhouettes on a roof, counting a squad by heartbeats, not by names. Chapter 39, Hitting Fisk Harder. 15 Spartans turned the lounge into a quiet storm. The new trio 13, 14, 15 stood a little too stiff, still mirroring one another like they were trying to guess who the original was. The veterans were granite, 01 a piece of horizon, 02 a metronome that learned to stand, 03 the world's politest firing range in a human, 04 a moving definition of balance, 05 a stack of numbers pretending to be a man. The rookies from the last wave 07 through 12 had learned to breathe like they belonged. The building listened to all of it with that old fortress patience, creaking in the beams like a grandfather who approves but won't clap. I finished breakfast and set the plate aside. We poked Fisk yesterday, I said, wiping my hands on a towel that had survived worse. Today we break bones. I meant infrastructure, not femurs. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the line between those two things is mostly paperwork. The map came up my panel, my overlay, my private HUD where the system lives. Dots glowed where Wilson Fisk liked to pretend he was invisible, warehouses at the docks, cash houses up in Harlem, safe houses peppered through Hell's Kitchen, tucked behind blacked-out windows and reinforced doors, truck routes knifing through Midtown like arteries that would like very much to keep beating. On paper, Fisk was pretending everything was fine. On the street, he was already wincing. Let's fix that, I said. We had the numbers now. Not an army, a family with a roster that fit on a whiteboard and a reputation you can hear across a block. 5 squads, because we can, because the city deserves to learn what coverage feels like. Squad 1, 01 11 15 Hell's Kitchen, safe house flush. 01 as the door that says please, 11 as the ledger that balances rooms, 15 to learn humility while holding a line. Squad 2, 0207 13 Harlem Cash House. Close quarters gospel. 02 leads, 07 mirrors, 13 hits like a thesis defended with a sledge. Squad 3, 0308 14 Midtown Truck Intercept. Tarmac chess, minimal drama. 03 shoots engines, not egos. 08 kills tires. 14 extracts drivers without turning them into headlines. Squad 4, 0409 The Last Docks Warehouse. Gravity's class field trip. Tag the crates, leave the building intact, let chain of custody do the bragging. Squad 5, 0510 12 runners and stragglers, citywide. Intercepts, not explosions. Snares, not songs. 05 is the schedule, no one escapes. I float, I added, because I do. I keep you from blowing up gas stations. Confirmed, 03 said, cleaning a rifle that already gleamed like it wanted to audition for a museum. He found one smudge and looked offended on behalf of metallurgy. Rules, I said, because doctrine is love. No fatalities. Minimal property damage. Evidence preserved. Civilians first, ego last. Boring on camera, inevitable on the street. 01 inclined his head. 02 said nothing and corrected his silence to perfect posture. 03 clicked a bolt home like a period. 04 breathed. 05 wrote something on an index card and tucked it away like a threat to tomorrow. The bus, that ISNTA bus, coughed to life outside. We loaded without flourish, no capes, no slogans, just weight and intent. The route plan ticked over in my overlay, staged drop-offs chasing efficiency curves, arrival windows that made SHIELD analysts mutter annoyingly consistent. Somewhere out there, Jarvis and 3 municipal traffic cameras would wonder why Midtown felt smarter. Hell's Kitchen, the house that forgot it was safe, Squad 1. Squad 1 hit first. Blacked out windows, reinforced steel where a front door used to be in better times, a buzzer that had decided to retire, a camera with a spider web dangling from it, which is the urban equivalent of shrugging. The safe house had good bones and bad habits. Knock, I offered on comms, purely as performance art. 01 put a palm near the latch and asked the door to consider its choices. The door reconsidered. One push, gentle as weather, and it was open. We don't splinter wood unless wood insists. Inside, hallways tried to pinch sight lines into favors. 11 moved like a ledger settling accounts, slice the corner, check high, check low, breathe, clear. 15 mirrored him with the concentration of a student tracing a master's signature. He was stiff, but stiffness is honesty before it becomes fluidity. This is why we bring them, to learn rooms the way swimmers learn water. First hostile appeared with the universal greeting of a pistol angled wrong. 11's hands came up not high and panicked, low and inevitable. He stepped off the line. The hand with the gun met a wall. The gun lost the argument. Zip ties said thank you for your cooperation in a dialect everyone understands. Second hostile tried ambush from a bedroom door. 01 stood where a shoulder used to be and occupied the space until the man's ambitions had to go somewhere else. If gravity could apologize, it would sound like 01. Left hall clear, 11 said, voice a receipt. Kitchen clear. Back exit latched. Copy, I said. Neighbors. 2 adjacent units occupied, 11 added. No eyes yet. Keep them that way, I said. Screens stay boring. We gathered a dozen armed men and turned them into furniture, bundled, breathing, arranged where the NYPD can find them without tripping. I stepped over a snapped chair, more injured pride than lumber, and eyed the mess. Dinner guests already handled, I said, looking for a pot, a pan, a shred of domestic competence. Anybody cook? No one answered. Rude. I rifled a drawer and found 3 takeout menus and a spoon with opinions. This is what organized crime does to a kitchen, replaces it with an expense account. On the way out, 15 paused at the threshold, then adjusted his angle by a thumb's width. He didn't know why just that 11 would have done it. I marked it. That's how posture becomes policy. Harlem, the cash house that mistook security for safety, Squad 2. Squad 2 hit a row house with too much courier traffic and a front door that had been reinforced by a man who didn't understand hinges. Cash house. You can smell the choice they made, cash over cleanliness, fear over training. The blinds were closed like secrets that forgot windows are made of glass. 2 in entry, 02 said. 1 on stairs. 1 on hallway. 3 in back room. Sound of bills. He hears money like other people hear accents. Guns? I asked. Many, 02 said, polite as a police report. Poorly holstered. Blessed are the untrained, I said. Proceed. The first muzzle flash pinged off Spartan armor with all the menace of a paperclip asking to be a magnet. 02 was already moving angle, wrist, disarm, escort to floor. 07 mirrored with the zeal of a man who practiced that exact sequence in a basement enough times to dream in it. 13 came in at the third angle and did what 13 does, ended the problem with efficiency that looked like violence only if you didn't know math. We hit the back room, and the air went green, cash stacked to the rafters in neat bricks of rationalized crime. It does something to a person to see that much money not doing anything useful. It whispers. We stared at the money. Temptation is a story you should tell yourself out loud so it sounds as dumb as it is. Burn it, I said. 02 glanced once, are you certain, and then nodded, you are. We pulled the people out, pulled the ledgers in, popped windows, cleared lines, placed containments, checked for gas lines, triple-checked for neighbors. This isn't the kind of fire you throw a match at, it's the kind you set like a thesis, controlled, compartmentalized, supervised. 07 stood at the hallway with his hands out, keeping curious tenants curious but safe. 13 fed the first stack to flame with the solemnity of a funeral. Flames did the sermonizing. Money turns to smoke quickly when it has no meaning. The ledgers stayed. The ledgers are the real weapon. We walked out into sunlight with nothing to carry and everything to show. 02 looked back once at the window's fire reflecting in glass and counted breaths until the extinguishers we staged did their jobs. No collateral. No smoke callouts beyond what we wanted. The building would live to host ordinary lives again. Next, 02 said, already turning the map in his head. Attaboy, I said. I'll have poetry ready for the next bonfire. Midtown, the intercept that taught traffic to behave, Squad 3. Midtown always thinks it's special because it can see itself in skyscraper reflections. Squad 3 made it learn humble. 2 semis chugging along with police siren patients, 3 escort sedans whose drivers thought lane discipline is for other people, 1 unmarked van that screamed I contain things you don't want to inventory. Bystanders, cameras, tourists pointing up at Stark Tower even when Tony isn't in residence. You couldn't ask for worse conditions to be precise in, which is exactly why I put 03 there. 03 fired once. Engine block, forward semi. Not through the radiator, not a cowboy shot, a textbook incapacitation that turned momentum into compliance. The truck coughed to a stop in a lane he'd planned for it to occupy. 08 took his cue and chewed rubber on the escort sedan's front right tire staccato, deliberate, 3 small coughs that made a big car choose to be a small problem. 14 moved in like a question with an obvious answer. He tore open a driver's door the way you peel a stubborn sticker, firm, patient, annoyed only at the adhesive. The driver decided to cooperate with gravity rather than argument. City traffic, 03 said into comms, voice barely raised, just as trained. He wasn't talking to the city. He was talking to 05, who had already put cones in a trunk and 10 and 12 on standby to play construction crew. We made a pop-up lane out of nothing and politeness, waved a bus around the scene, redirected a cyclist who wanted to audition for a lawsuit, and kept the phone cameras bored. Board cameras don't upload. A security guard from a building lobby tried to be helpful by yelling. I flashed him a smile and a gesture that says thank you for your service, please keep that service inside the revolving door. He remembered a rule from a training he took 6 years ago and backed off. Second semi-rolling, 08 reported. Engine, 03 said. 08 didn't shoot the engine. He shot the mirror. The mirror folded. The driver got spooked, braked too hard, and coasted into the cone lane we'd made for exactly that. The city will always help you if you give it a job. I should invoice Fisk for property damage, I mused. Itemize, 03 said, because humor lives in him like an endangered species. We popped the van's side door. Inside were cases that probably had a bedtime story about farm equipment and import/export. 03 tagged them, 14 photographed serials, 08 kept eyes on street while a tourist in a foam statue of Liberty Crown narrated loudly into her phone about the Avengers. I waved at her. She screamed, thrilled, and decided we were background. Perfect. Docks the warehouse that thought it was alone, Squad 4. Back at the waterline, the last warehouse blinked at 04 and 09 and tried to pretend it had always been empty. The cranes overhead creaked like old gods. The space inside was big, echoing, and stacked with crates that wanted to be mysterious but came stamped with serial numbers that would sing if you asked them in the right pitch. 04 moved rhythmically, like a metronome counting down someone else's options. 09 moved like a man whose upgrade had decided to become visible to him. They flowed through hand fighting without throwing a punch, redirected people into corners with posture alone, turned wrists into agreements, reminded knees what the floor is for. 2 men got brave with pipes. 04 took one pipe gently and put it on a shelf for later. 09 escorted the other man to a sit-down with a crate and a zip tie. Nobody bled. Everybody breathed. It looked, to the untrained, like 2 dads dealing with teenagers who'd stolen a car. They tagged crates and logged serials. 04 is a poet when it comes to balance. 09 had started writing haikus about chain of custody. These are my people. Anonymous tip queued, I said, dropping a breadcrumb into the NYPD's inbox that would make the right detective feel clever. Make sure the forklift keys go missing. Misplaced, 04 said. 09 misplaced them very accurately into a lockbox we own. We left the place looking like a polite ghost had written "audit me" on every available surface. Citywide the weeding, Squad 5. Side streets and back alleys belong to 05 the way a ledger belongs to a tax attorney. He, 10, and 12 worked the runners the way gardeners work crabgrass, pluck, collect, stack. No chase scenes. No dramatic vaults. Intercepts at corners where traffic patterns make turning left feel like an existential crisis, a hand that appears from nowhere to prevent a sprint that would go badly, a voice saying stop in the tone you only hear from people who can make stop a place. One runner tried the subway entrance trick. 12 beat him to the turnstile with a stride so efficient it looked like cheating. 10 did the quiet tackle that makes your mother proud, hips low, shoulders square, head to the side, wrap, rotate, set down, breathe. 05 zip-tied with the grace of a man folding shirts on a Sunday. Parcels were catalogued and stacked. The NYPD would arrive to find a living Yenga tower of regret waiting for them. Evidence separated, 05 said. Phones collected. Each bag labeled. Spell checked. I asked. Always, he said, and that's how you know we're professionals. Floating the grease between gears. I floated. That's the job. I was there when 15's elbow wanted to wander and 11's chin pointed it home. There again when a tenant in Harlem cracked a door and whispered, "Is it over?" and I whispered back, "For today. Keep your phone down, keep your courage up." There on a midtown corner when a bike messenger cut too close and I grabbed the back of his bag just enough to keep him from converting momentum into a hospital bill. He looked at me like I'd blasphemed gravity and then remembered he preferred to be alive. At one point, a black sedan crept past a little too slowly for civilian curiosity and a little too smoothly for amateur watchers. I didn't wave. I did rearrange my posture until the camera inside decided it had taken a good picture and kept moving. If it was SHIELD, they got what they always get from us, posture, not fireworks. The Swiss cheese recap. By nightfall, Fisk's network looked like Swiss cheese. Warehouses? Tagged and emptied of patients. Trucks? Parked where they could be catalogued. Cash? Ash? Men? Decorating our concrete in neat rows, wrists together like they were praying for better lawyers. The city exhaled in the way cities do when arteries unclog. You can't hear it, you can feel it. We rolled home quiet, the bus breathing like a satisfied animal. The fortress accepted our noise, then smoothed it. Gear went where gear belongs, weapons cleared and oiled, serials transcribed, footsteps turned into a lullaby the building has learned to hum. We set out gifts on the concrete, the bundles and the boxes and the bags that prove we were there and did not merely improvise justice. No blood. No bodies. Lots of explanation owed by people who don't like explaining. I leaned on the hood and let myself have a line. Fisk's warehouses? Gone. Trucks? Gone. Cash? Ash. Men? Decorating our floor. Ding. Points earned, 5,000. Reason, significant disruption of organized crime, multiple arrests, asset destruction, and ensuring civilian safety. That's a number I like, I said. The blue overlay pulsed once like a pleased accountant and sank back into its usual bias toward understatement. Debrief brief because we're tired and good. We convened in the lounge under light that makes discipline look romantic. No speeches. Speeches are for people who need permission to feel proud. We need plans. Squad 1, I said. Safe house cleared, 11 reported. 12 hostiles restrained. 2 adjacent units untouched. 1 door rehinged. He said it like he'd fixed a squeak. 15 added a nod you could hang a lesson on. Squad 2. Cash house neutralized, 02 said. Ledgers preserved. Currency destroyed. No collateral. Neighbors safe. 07 mirrored. 13 effective. 07 tried not to smile and failed in a way that makes a teacher glad. 13 stood like an answer. Squad 3. 2 semis halted, 03 said. 3 escorts disabled. 1 van opened. Evidence tagged. Crowds managed. Cameras bored. 08 consistent. 14 compliant extraction. 14 glanced at 03 like a kid checks a parent's face after a recital. 03 allowed a half millimeter of approval. 08 exhaled slow, the way a sight picture leaves your eyes but stays in your hands. Squad 4. Warehouse secured, 04 said. 0 damage. Inventory tagged. Keys misplaced. 09 balanced. 09, Spartan 2 bones settling, didn't nod. He was the nod. Squad 5. Runners collected, 05 said. Packages sorted. Phones bagged. 10 controlled. 12 learns. Good, I said. Tomorrow we pivot to cash houses with paperwork tattoos and non-profits with no souls. We keep pressure even. Fisk either spends money on defense or watches money become smoke. Either way, he bleeds. Retaliation, 02 warned. Always, I said. He'll try to buy us, spook us, or hire something with a nickname. If he hires Bullseye before the timeline says he can, I will personally file a complaint with the narrative department. Until then, we stay disciplined. S.H.I.E.L.D. 03 asked, because it's his job to make me say it. Watching, I said. Carlson underlines my name once when he writes his memo. Tony Stark raises an eyebrow at a dashboard only he can see and texts a joke he doesn't send. Pepper schedules a meeting he won't attend. We remain boring on camera and necessary on the street. Directive. 01 asked, because the question is ritual and rituals keep a house from turning into a barracks. Eat, I said. Plan. Sharpen. Sleep. In that order. Logistics family size. 15 Spartans eat like policy. The pizza place is going to win an award they can't explain to their accountant. The delivery guy did a double take, turned pale, and almost set the bag down on his own foot. I tipped him like he'd survived a boss battle. Relax, I said. They're friendly. Mostly. He fled with dignity. We ate like we'd earned it. 02 policed hydration like a sheriff. 03 held his tea like a violin. 04 stretched calves on a stair and nudged 15 to do the same, 15 did. 05 scrawled tomorrow's tempo sets on a card that ought to come with a waiver. 07 argued gently with 13 about elbow angle and won, then immediately tried the new angle and found it was work. 08 showed 14 how to set a sling that won't eat your shoulder. 09 watched a crate of brass and saw choices to correct, not just a mess to sweep. I walked the perimeter of the moment and took readings, fatigue level, morale, posture. Good. Good. Better than good. The fortress seemed to sit taller with 15 names under its roof. The night, the roof, the forecast. Later, the building did its nocturne old pipes singing, stair treads gossiping, watch rotations clicking like a safe opening. Rookies collapsed into bunks with the kind of sleep you can sell for money. Veterans rotated to windows and let the city try to surprise them. It failed. Ritual took me to the roof with a soda. 01 came along because mountains don't need invitations. New York wore Stark's afterglow like a habit, even without Iron Man throwing sparks, the skyline pretends he's always there. Somewhere below, an unmarked van rolled through our block a little too slow and a little too smooth. Somewhere above, a helicopter traced a rectangle it will call patrol and we will call confidence theater. One day, Fisk hires a man who thinks pain is a thesis, I said, not loud enough to be prophecy. Another day, Carlson knocks. Either way, we'll be on the sidewalk, not the stage. 01 didn't answer. He doesn't have to. The system sat at the edge of thought like a star you can't stop seeing once you find it. 5,000 points banked. I could spend them now. Train another Spartan to the Spartan 2 standard, conjure ALPHA16, lay down upgrades like a man dealing cards at his own table. Tempting. But building isn't about impulse. It's about timing. Not tonight, I said to the blue that only I see. We bank. We plan. We take bites, not flourishes. Below us, in the streets where we'd made our case, sirens belonged to someone else. A couple argued about the Mets under a street lamp. A dog decided a hydrant was a hill to die on. The Marvel world spins on big collisions, the human world turns on small decisions. We shepherd both. Progress steady, 01 said, placing the last line exactly where the day needed it. Damn right, I answered. Tomorrow the headlines will try to name us again. The Daily Bugle will call us menaces, local news will call us unidentified, a podcast will call us Halo Spartans in the MCU like it's a conspiracy theory instead of a logistics schedule and an ethic. Wilson Fisk will call his lawyers. SHIELD will call his bluffs. Tony Stark will call it Tuesday. We'll call it work. And we'll keep doing it. Chapter 40, Growing the Family. The lounge sounded like weather trying to make up its mind, air vents sighing, pipes knocking, boot soles whispering on concrete, the old fortress creaking in the beams like a grandfather who approves but refuses to clap. 15 Spartans filled the room with disciplined quiet, the kind that has weight. The newest trio 13, 14, and 15 stood a breath too stiff, still mirroring one another as if they were trying to guess which one of them had been the mold. The veterans were granite carved into roles, 01 a piece of horizon that decided to stand indoors, 02 a metronome that learned posture, 03 the world's politest firing range wearing a face, 04 the moving definition of balance, 05 a stack of numbers that had discovered legs. The rookies from the last wave 07 through 12 had learned to breathe like they belonged. The building listened to all of it with that old fortress patience. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU, rarely writes into the big set pieces. It knows the difference between noise and readiness. I finished breakfast and set the plate aside, wiping my hands on a towel that had survived worse than toast crumbs. "We poked Fisk yesterday," I said. "Today we break bones." I meant infrastructure, not femurs. In the MCU, the line between those two things is mostly paperwork and a press conference. The Daily Bugle will call either outcome a menace. The NYPD will call it a mystery. The internet will call it an MCU crossover because 15 men with Halo Spartan 2 discipline and UNSC Sharp protocol keep solving Marvel problems without a soundtrack. The map came up my panel, my overlay, the private HUD where the system lives. Dots glowed where Wilson Fisk pretends to be invisible, warehouses crouched along the docks, cash houses stacked in Harlem, safe houses spidered through Hell's Kitchen, windows blacked out and doors reinforced against imagination, truck routes cutting Midtown like arteries that very much want to keep beating. On paper, Fisk claimed everything was fine. On the street, he was already wincing. "Let's fix that," I said. We had numbers now. Not an army, a family with a roster that fits on a whiteboard and a reputation you can hear across a block. 5 squads, because we can, because coverage turns chaos into choreography. Squad 1, 01 11 15 Hell's Kitchen, safe house flush. 01 is the door that says please with consequences. 11 is the ledger that balances rooms. 15 is here to learn humility while holding a line. Squad 2, 0207 13 Harlem Cash House. Close quarters gospel. 02 leads, 07 mirrors, 13 hits like a thesis defended with a sledge. Squad 3, 0308 14 Midtown truck intercept. Tarmac chess, minimal drama. 03 shoots engines, not egos. 08 kills tires. 14 extracts drivers without turning them into headlines. Squad 4, 0409 The Last Docks Warehouse. Gravity's class field trip. Tag the crates, leave the building intact, let chain of custody do the bragging. Squad 5, 05 10 12 runners and stragglers, citywide. Intercepts, not explosions. Snares, not songs. 05 is the schedule no one escapes. I float, I added, because I do. My whole job is to keep you from turning a gas station into a cautionary tale. Confirmed, 03 said, running a cloth over a rifle that already gleamed like it wanted to audition for a museum in Stark Tower. He found one smudge and looked offended on behalf of metallurgy. Rules, I said, because doctrine is love. No fatalities. Minimal property damage. Evidence preserved. Civilians first, ego last. Be boring on camera and inevitable on the street. If SHIELD is watching and Phil Coulson is always watching, you give them posture, not fireworks. 01 inclined his head. 02 said nothing and corrected his silence into perfect posture. 03 clicked a bolt home like a period. 04 breathed. 05 wrote something small on an index card and tucked it away the way you put tomorrow in your pocket. The bus, that ISNTA bus, coughed to life outside. We loaded without flourish, no capes, no slogans, just weight and intent. In my overlay, the route plan ticked over, staged drop-offs chasing efficiency curves, arrival windows that would make a SHIELD analyst mutter annoyingly consistent, detours pre-baked so a Jarvis subroutine and 3 municipal traffic cameras would wonder why Midtown suddenly felt smarter. Hell's Kitchen, the house that forgot it was safe, Squad 1. Squad 1 hit first. Blacked out windows. Steel where a normal life used to keep a door. A buzzer that nosed into retirement years ago. A camera with a spider web dangling like a shrug. The safe house had good bones and bad habits. Kingpin loves that combination. It keeps out conscience and lets in money. Knock, I offered on comms, purely as performance art. 01 put a palm near the latch and asked the door to reconsider its life choices. It did. One push, gentle as weather, and the entry side open. We don't splinter wood unless wood insists. Inside, hallways tried to pinch city lines into favors. 11 moved like a ledger settling accounts. Slice the corner, check high, check low, breathe, clear. 15 mirrored with the concentration of a student tracing a master's signature. He was stiff, yes, but stiffness is honesty before it relaxes into fluency. This is why we bring them, to learn rooms the way swimmers learn water. The first hostel presented the universal greeting, a pistol angled wrong. 11's hands came up not high and panicked, low and inevitable. A step off the line. A wrist to the wall. The gun lost the argument. Zip ties did the customer service voice, thank you for your cooperation. Second hostel tried an ambush from a bedroom door. 01 stood where a shoulder used to be and occupied the space until the man's ambitions needed to move somewhere else. If gravity could apologize, it would sound like 01. Left hall clear, 11 said, voice a receipt. Kitchen clear. Back exit latched. Copy, I said. Neighbors. 2 adjacent units occupied, he added. No eyes. Keep it that way, I said. Screens stay boring. We turned a dozen men into furniture bundled, breathing, arranged where the NYPD could find them without tripping over their own stories. I stepped over a snapped chair, more injured pride than lumber, and eyed the kitchen. Dinner guests already handled, I said, rifling a drawer. Anybody cook? Silence. Rude. I found 3 takeout menus and a spoon with opinions. Organized crime replaces kitchens with expense accounts. Added to the list of things I hate. On the way out, 15 paused on the threshold and adjusted his angle by a thumb's width. He didn't know why, only that 11 would have done it. I marked it. That's how posture becomes policy. Harlem, the cash house that mistook security for safety, Squad 2. Squad 2 took a row house with too much courier traffic and a front door that had been reinforced by someone who didn't respect hinges. Harlem has a sense of smell about these places, cash over cleanliness, panic over training. The blinds were shut like secrets that forgot windows are glass. 2 in entry, 02 said. 1 on stairs. 1 in hallway. 3 in the back. Count the sound of bills. He hears money like other people hear accents. Guns? I asked. Many, he said, polite as a police report. Poorly holstered. Blessed are the untrained, I said. Proceed. The first muzzle flash pinged off Spartan plating like a paperclip asking to be a magnet. 02 was already inside the man's decision tree: angle, wrist, disarm, escort to floor. 07 mirrored with the zeal of someone who had practiced that sequence in our basement until he dreamed it. 13 took the third angle and did what 13 does, ended the problem in a way that looks like violence only if you don't respect math. We opened the back room and the air went green, cash to the rafters, stacked into neat bricks of rationalized crime. Money does something to a person when it sits like that, not doing anything useful. It whispers. We stared at the stacks. Temptation is a story best said out loud so it sounds as dumb as it is. Burn it, I said. 02 glanced once, are you certain, and then nodded, you are. We pulled people out, pulled ledgers in, popped windows, checked gas lines 2 times, checked neighbors 3, staged extinguishers, planned airflow. This isn't the kind of fire you throw a match at. This is a thesis fire, controlled, compartmentalized, supervised. 07 held the threshold, palms open, posture saying I'm here to help and I'm impossible to move. Curious tenants remained curious but safe. 13 fed the first stack to flame with the solemnity of a funeral. Money turned into smoke quickly. Easy come, easy meaningless. The ledgers stayed. Ledgers are the real weapons. We walked out into sunlight with nothing to carry and everything to show. 02 looked once at the windows, counted breaths until the extinguishers we'd staged hissed into their moment. No collateral. No panic. The building would go back to hosting ordinary lives, not lies. Next, 02 said, already rebalancing the map in his head. Attaboy, I said. I'll have poetry ready for the next bonfire. Midtown, the intercept that taught traffic to behave, Squad 3. Midtown always thinks it's special because it can see itself reflected in glass. Squad 3 made it learn humility. 2 semis rolling steady, 3 escort sedans whose drivers think lane discipline is for other people, 1 unmarked van broadcasting "Do not inventory me." Tourists pointed at Stark Tower even when Tony Stark wasn't home to grandstand. Bystanders. Cameras. The perfect worst conditions to be precise. 03 fired once. Engine block on the forward semi. Not a cowboy radiator shot, textbook incapacitation that turned momentum into compliance. The truck coughed to a stop in the lane 03 planned for it. 08 chewed rubber on the escort sedan's front right tire, 3 deliberate coughs of work that made a big car decide to be a small problem. 14 moved in like a question with an obvious answer. He peeled the driver's door off the sedan like it was a stubborn sticker and gravity finished the negotiation. The driver chose discretion over valor. City traffic, 03 said into comms, voice barely raised. Adjust as trained. He wasn't talking to the city. He was talking to 05, already rolling cones out of a trunk while 10 and 12 played construction crew. We made a pop-up lane out of nothing and politeness, waved a bus around, redirected a cyclist who wanted to audition for a lawsuit, kept phones bored. Board cameras don't upload. A lobby guard stepped outside to yell helpfulness. I flashed the universal thank you, please be helpful inside. He remembered a training from 6 years ago and retreated with dignity. Second semi-rolling, 08 reported. Engine, 03 said. 08 didn't shoot the engine. He shot the mirror. The mirror folded. The driver spooked just enough to brake hard and coast into the cone channel 05 had created for exactly that scenario. The city will help you if you give it a job. I should invoice Fisk for property damage, I mused. Itemize, 03 replied, because humor lives in him like an endangered species. We popped the van's side door. Inside were cases with bedtime stories about farm equipment and import/export. 03 tagged, 14 photographed serials, 08 kept eyes on street while a tourist in a foam Statue of Liberty crown narrated into her phone about the Avengers saving the day. I waved. She squealed and decided we were background. Perfect. Docks the warehouse that thought it was alone, Squad 4. Back at the waterline, cranes drew geometry against a washed-out sky. The last warehouse blinked at 04 and 09 and tried to act empty. Inside, echo chamber, stacked crates that wanted to be mysterious but wore serial numbers like name tags. 04 moved like a metronome counting down someone else's options. 09, newly sharpened to Spartan 2 spec, flowed with mathematical kindness. They did hand fighting without throwing punches, redirected people into safe corners with posture alone, turned wrists into agreements, reminded knees what the floor is for. 2 men got brave with pipes. 04 gently removed one, set it on a shelf for later like it had been rude at dinner. 09 escorted the other to a conversation with a crate and a zip tie. Nobody bled. Everybody breathed. To the untrained, it looked like 2 dads dealing with teenagers who stole a car. They tagged crates and logged serials. 04 is a poet of balance, 09 has started writing haikus about chain of custody. These are my people. When we left, the warehouse looked like a polite ghost had written "audit me" on every surface. Anonymous tip queued, I said, dropping breadcrumbs into an NYPD inbox that would make the right detective feel clever. Misplace the forklift keys. Misplaced, 04 agreed. 09 misplaced them very accurately into a lockbox we own. Citywide the Weeding, Squad 5. Side streets and alleys belong to 05, the way a ledger belongs to a tax attorney. He, 10, and 12 worked Fisk's runners like gardeners on crabgrass, pluck, collect, stack. No chase scenes. No parkour for the fans. Intercepts at corners where traffic patterns make left turns existential, hands appearing from nowhere to end sprints before they begin, a voice saying stop in the tone reserved for teachers and gravity. One runner tried a subway entrance trick. 12 beat him to the turnstile with a stride so efficient it looked like cheating. 10 did the quiet tackle that makes mothers proud, hips low, shoulders square, head to the side, wrap, rotate, set down, breathe. 05 zip-tied with Sunday folded shirt grace. Parcels catalogued and stacked, phones bagged and labeled, the NYPD would arrive to find a living Yenga tower of regret waiting. Evidence separated, 05 said. Phones collected. Labels legible. Spell checked. I asked. Always, he said. That's how you know we're professionals. Floating grease between gears. I floated. That's the job. I was there when 15's elbow wanted to wander and 11's chin pointed it home. There when a tenant in Harlem cracked a door and breathed, "Is it over?" and I said, "For today." Keep your phone down, keep your courage up. There on a midtown corner when a bike messenger cut too tight and I grabbed the bag strap just enough to edit out a hospital bill. He looked at me like I'd blasphemed momentum and then remembered he preferred to be alive. At one point a black sedan drifted too slow for civilian curiosity and too smooth for amateur watchers. I didn't wave. I rearranged my posture until the camera inside decided it had taken a very good picture and moved along. If it was SHIELD, they got what they always get from us, posture, not fireworks. If it was Kingpin, the recording will show 15 problems he can't purchase away. The Swiss cheese recap. By nightfall, Fisk's network looked like Swiss cheese. Warehouses? Tagged and emptied of patients. Trucks? Parked where they could be catalogued. Cash? Ash? Men? Decorating our concrete in neat rows, wrists together like they were praying for better lawyers. The city exhaled the way cities do when arteries unclog. You don't hear it, you feel it. We rolled home quiet, the bus breathing like a satisfied animal. The fortress took our noise and smoothed it into habit. Weapons cleared and oiled, optics wiped, serials transcribed, evidence staged. Footsteps turned into a lullaby the building knows by heart. We set out gifts on the concrete, the bundles and boxes and bags that prove we were there and did not merely improvise justice. No blood. No bodies. Plenty of explanation owed by people who don't like explaining. I leaned against the hood and let myself have a line. Fisk's warehouses? Gone. Trucks? Gone. Cash? Ash. Men? Decorating our floor. Ding. Points earned, 5,000. Reason, significant disruption of organized crime, multiple arrests, asset destruction, ensured civilian safety. That's a number I like. The blue overlay pulsed like a pleased accountant and went back to its quiet bias toward understatement. Debrief brief because we're tired and good. We convened in the lounge under lights that make discipline look romantic. No speeches. Speeches are for people who need permission to feel proud. We need plans. Squad 1, I said. Safe house cleared, 11 reported. 12 hostiles restrained. 2 adjacent units untouched. 1 door rehinged. He said it like he'd fixed a squeak. 15 added a nod sturdy enough to hang a lesson on. Squad 2. Cash house neutralized, 02 said. Ledgers preserved. Currency destroyed. No collateral. Neighbors safe. 07 mirrored. 13 effective. 07 tried not to smile and failed in a way that makes a teacher happy. 13 stood like an answer. Squad 3. 2 semis halted, 03 said. 3 escorts disabled. 1 van opened. Evidence tagged. Crowds managed. Cameras bored. 08 consistent. 14 compliant extraction. 14 glanced at 03 the way a kid checks a parent's expression after a recital. 03 allowed a half millimeter of approval. 08 exhaled slow, the way a sight picture leaves your eyes but stays in your hands. Squad 4. Warehouse secured, 04 said. 0 damage. Inventory tagged. Keys misplaced. 09 balanced. 09, Spartan 2 bones settling, didn't nod. He was the nod. Squad 5. Runners collected, 05 said. Packages sorted. Phones bagged. 10 controlled. 12 learns. Good, I said. Tomorrow we pivot, cash houses with paperwork tattoos, non-profits with no souls. Keep pressure even. Fisk either spends money on defense or watches money become smoke. Either way, he bleeds. Retaliation, 02 warned. Always, I said. He'll try to buy us, spook us, or hire something with a nickname. If he hires Bullseye before the timeline says he can, I will file a complaint with the narrative department. Until then, we stay disciplined. S.H.I.E.L.D. 03 asked, because it's his job to make me say it. Watching, I said. Carlson underlines my name once in his memo. Tony Stark raises an eyebrow at a dashboard only he can see and texts a joke he doesn't send. Pepper Potts schedules a meeting he skips. We remain boring on camera and necessary on the street. Directive. 01 asked, because the question is ritual and rituals keep a house from becoming a barracks. Eat, I said. Plan. Sharpen. Sleep. In that order. Logistics family size. 15 Spartans eat like policy. The pizza place is going to win an award they can't explain to their accountant. The delivery guy did a double take, turned pale, and almost set the bag down on his own foot. They're friendly, I told him. Mostly. He fled with dignity. I tipped him like he'd survived a boss fight. We ate like we'd earned it. 02 policed hydration like a petty deity. 03 held a mug of tea like a violin. 04 stretched calves on a stair and nudged 15 to copy him, 15 did. 05 scrawled tomorrow's tempo sets on a card that ought to come with a waiver. 07 argued gently with 13 about elbow angle and won, then immediately tested the new angle and discovered work waiting for him. 08 showed 14 how to set a sling that won't chew your shoulder. 09 hovered by a crate of brass and saw choices to correct, not just a mess to sweep. 10 rolled a lacrosse ball under a hamstring and made a face that suggested he was reconsidering every life choice and would keep them anyway. 11 watched 01 watch the room and mirrored the watching, which is how you learn to be a sentinel. 12 asked 05 a tempo question and earned an answer that will haunt his quads. I walked the perimeter of the moment and took readings, fatigue level, morale, posture. Good. Good. Better than good. The fortress seemed to sit taller with 15 names under its roof. If the Avengers do headcounts, they count capes and arc reactors. I count breath and readiness. We cleaned up without being asked. No one leaves boxes out. No one leaves floors wet. We are a house, not a barracks, a team, not a troop. The night, the roof, the forecast. Later, the building did its nocturne old pipes singing, stair treads gossiping, watch rotations clicking like a safe opening. Rookies collapsed into bunks with the kind of sleep you can sell. Veterans rotated to windows and let the city try to surprise them. It failed. Ritual took me to the roof with a soda. 01 came because mountains don't require invitations. New York wore stark afterglow like a habit, even without Iron Man throwing sparks, the skyline pretends he's always in the next scene. Somewhere below, an unmarked van rolled our block a little too slow and a little too smooth. Somewhere above, a helicopter traced a rectangle it will call patrol and we will call confidence theater. One day, Fisk hires a man who thinks pain is a thesis, I said, not loud enough to be prophecy. Another day, Carlson knocks. Either way, we'll be on the sidewalk, not the stage. 01 didn't answer. He doesn't need to. The system sat at the edge of thought like a star you can't stop seeing once you find it. 5,000 points banked. I could spend them now. Train another Spartan to Spartan 2 standard, conjure ALPHA16, deal upgrades like I own the deck. Tempting. But building isn't impulse, it's timing. Not tonight, I told the blue only I can see. We bank. We plan. We take bites, not flourishes. Below us, in the streets where we made our case, sirens belonged to someone else. A couple argued about the Mets under a street lamp. A dog decided a hydrant was a hill to die on. The MCU spins on big collisions, the human world turns on small decisions. We shepherd both. Progress steady, 01 said, planting the last line exactly where the day needed it. Damn right, I answered. Tomorrow, headlines will try to name us again. The Daily Bugle will call us menaces. Local news will call us unidentified. A podcast will call us Halo Spartans in the MCU like it's a conspiracy theory instead of a logistics schedule married to an ethic. Wilson Fisk will call his lawyers. Shield will call his bluffs. Tony Stark will call it Tuesday. We'll call it work. And we'll keep doing it quiet on camera, inevitable on the street, a family growing into the shape the city needs. Chapter 41, Chapter 41, Fisk knocks on the door. The fortress had never felt fuller. 19 Spartans under one roof made the place hum like a tuned engine, weights clanging in the basement, the range popping below that, boot falls marching through every stairwell like a second heartbeat for the building. The old bones loved it, you could hear the pipes answer in low, approving knocks, as if the whole structure knew we'd finally grown into the shape it was meant to hold. I sprawled on the top floor with a soda, surfing between talking heads who couldn't decide whether to be outraged or impressed about the mysterious, coordinated attacks on Wilson Fisk's empire. One network rolled grainy b-roll of zip-tied enforcers and intact pallets labeled for NYPD evidence, another brought on an organized crime expert who looked like he'd lost a bar fight with Google. The Daily Bugle cheerin' made an appearance, menace vigilantes terrorize city, which, in that special Marvel Cinematic Universe way, meant we were having a productive week. Guess we made an impression, I said, raising my chin to the TV. ALPHA01 watched the street from the window without blinking. 02 leaned into the far wall, all compressed potential. 03 and 04 were downstairs drilling rookies, 05 ran the weight circuit like tempo was a sacrament. 19 bodies meant the machine ran itself now. You could almost forget how much blood and discipline it took to make something feel that inevitable. If Fisk had any brains, I added, he'd lay low. That's when the wall jumped. The first boom slammed the windows hard enough to rattle dust out of the ceiling. The TV flickered twice and died for its principles. I stood, grin widening until it felt like a promise. Well, I said. Speak of the devil. Hostile contact, 01 reported, calm as weather that never apologizes. No kidding, I answered, and then a second blast thumped the alley like an earthquake with manners. The floor under my boots gave a polite shiver. Shouting rose from the street, directions barked by men who'd learned their leadership style from bad movies. I stepped to the window beside 01 and leaned out. Oh, wow, I said. He brought the whole neighborhood. Trucks blocked both ends of the street, 2-panel vans and a fleet of pickups muscled into a makeshift barricade, headlights cutting the afternoon into nervous angles. Doors yawned open and spat out a small army of not quite professionals, 100 men, maybe a few more, bristling with rifles and shotguns and batons and bravado. A handful wore armor that might stop paintballs. The rest wore hoodies and nerves. A couple had the stiff, expensive posture that says private contractor with better liability insurance than training. Numbers were their strategy. It's what you pick when you can't afford competence. Call everyone up, I told 01. Time to show Fisk what happens when you knock. Boots thundered through the building. Concrete answered. Doors opened and closed in a planned chaos I no longer had to conduct, rookies clearing their stations, veterans collecting them like gravity collects rain. In under a minute, 19 Spartans lined the lounge, rookies tight and bright-eyed, veterans unshakable and bored. ALPHA-16 and Alpha 19, the latest additions, took their positions without trying to impress anyone. Good. We don't do peacocking, we do outcomes. Fisk thinks numbers beat spine, I told them. We don't break. We don't run. We clean up. Silence. That's our yes. Squads 1 through 3 front entrance, I snapped. 4 and 5 on the alleys. 03, keep your line tight. 04, you are not allowed to bring the alley home with you. 05, no pile-ups. Move. 01 didn't so much open the door as convince it to stop being in the way. He hit the street with 11 and 15 flanking, a wedge of inevitability. Bullets sparked off Mjol near grade Spartan plating, hot noise, no meaning. The first man raised a rifle, and 01 put him down with one punch that folded him like a cheap chair. 11 stripped a weapon in one motion, reversed it, and laid it on the pavement like he was shelving a book. 15, still a little stiff, still tracing 11's angles a breath too late, shoulder tackled a guy over a hood and left a crater in a borrowed paint job. I strolled out after them, hands in pockets, because I refused to let Fisk dictate my pace. Thanks for the delivery, Willie, I called, voice warm enough to irritate. Saves me the bus fare. Squad 202, 07, 13 punched into the crowd like a thesis statement. 02 took a rifle and broke it across a knee as if he were correcting grammar. 07's hand strikes snapped heads cleanly, exactly where 02 had drilled him to put them, not flashy, not cruel, just effective. 13 swung heavy and a little sloppy, but when the sledgehammer lands, the wall still comes down. Write it down, I shouted above the churn. 07's aim exists. If 02 rolled his eyes, I didn't see it. Squad 303, 08, 14 peeled toward a pickup with a bed-mounted gun and 3 men who'd watched too many convoy movies. 03's rifle cracked in precise, miserly bursts, one to the engine block, one to a mirror, one to the driver's confidence. 08 copied the cadence, still jagged, but landing more than missing. 14 ripped a door off its hinges and flung the gunner backward into his friends like a bouncer with a sense of humor. Easy with the paint job, 14, I called. We want Fisk to recognize his trucks. The alleys erupted on cue. On the left, 04 and 09 flowed out like a guillotine in 2 parts, no hurry, no hesitation, each strike ending an argument. On the right, 05, 10, 12, 16, and 19 hit so hard the alley coughed up thugs like a clogged drain. Pipes and bats shattered against armor. The Spartans' responses were quiet, surgical. A forearm here, a sweep there, a takedown that taught pavement about mercy. The sound was bodies regretting choices and gear questioning its business model. Civilians? Already corralled. 03 had flagged them at the first muzzle flash, tourists and dog walkers and a delivery kid who hadn't signed up for this, and 11 and 12 shepherded them behind cover with palms out, voices low, posture that said you're safe because we decided you are. This is the part SHIELD never puts on posters, crowd control as a superpower. Then the second wave arrived, because of course it did. Heavier trucks, heavier guns, somebody with a tube on his shoulder who clearly had a complicated relationship with fun. The round sailed out, wobbled just enough to make my stomach do a thing, and smacked the fortress wall with a tantrum. The street groaned. Brick dust sneezed into the air. "All right," I said into the comms. "Enough play." 01 and 07 reached the first cab in the same breath and peeled it like a stubborn orange before the gunner could work out a new life plan. 02 and 13 split the second from opposite ends, driver door yanked wide, passenger window given a permanent vacation. 03 stitched the grenadier's tube with 2 shots so neat they looked like punctuation, then took the man's legs out from under him before the reload fantasy could become a headline. 04 turned one guy into a projectile with a throw so elegant it solved 2 problems, the target, and the man he hit on the way down. Bullets stitched the air around me in a persuasive argument for humility. I ducked behind a sedan whose owner was about to become a very interesting insurance case. "Rude," I hollered, entirely sincere. "I'm the only one without armor." A thug with more confidence than sense tried to shoulder past 05 to get an angle on me. 05 plucked him by the collar like an unruly toddler, bounced his skull off a fender with measured force, and laid him down with the kind of gentleness that gets a 5-star review in certain circles. "Commander secure," he said. "Damn right," I murmured, and traded my sodacan for a fallen baton, because I might be stubborn but I'm not decorative. The fight came in waves, the way bad ideas do when money drives them. Push, break, reset, push, break, reset. Fisk's men kept trying to be brave and small, tragic groups, 5 here with a trunk full of shotgun shells, 7 there with a pickup bed and a dream. 03 kept the roofs honest, 04 kept the ground polite, 02 pruned overreach like a gardener who hates weeds on principle. 14 turned a rolling door into a table. 16 learned how to take a tackle without turning it into a hug. 19 discovered his favorite verb might be stop. By the third wave, their strategy had devolved into quantity and shouting. That's the stage of a Fisk tantrum where you can practically hear the accountant sobbing. We met it with posture and pace, no spike, no panic. The Spartans moved like a tide, surge, hold, recede, and leave nothing on the beach that wasn't breathing on purpose. Some comic book fights are ballets. This one was a logistics exercise with bruises. I let myself peek over the hood every few seconds to check lane discipline and look for stupid. Twice I waved down a Spartan hand that meant well but would have read wrong on camera. Once I stepped out to drag a dazed hostile out of the path of an idling truck because my ethics are more annoying than my self-preservation. 01 adjusted to cover the angle I'd left open without making a speech about it. That's why he's 01. Left alley pressure, 04 said, the only warning he ever needs. Rotating, 05 answered, already moving 10 and 12 like pieces sliding into a familiar puzzle. The alley made the sound of a bad plan learning boundaries. A drone buzzed overhead, a civilian quad with too many stickers. I gave it my best boring posture. 03 reached up without looking and plucked it out of the air one-handed as it drifted into his lane. He set it on a stoop like misdelivered mail. If J. Jonah Jameson wanted footage, he could draw it himself. Half an hour in, Fisk's nerve broke before his supply line did. The gunfire thinned from argument to excuse, then to background noise. Sirens announced themselves at a distance, then hesitated, NYPD trying to decide whether they'd been invited. The barricade trucks idled like embarrassed elephants. A few of Fisk's men slipped backward with their hands up, the math finally catching up to their bravado. We zip-tied without gloating. The street smelled like cordite and tire anxiety. Then, because narrative loves escalation, a final pair of heavy pickups rolled in with slotted metal cages welded over the beds and gunners hunched behind plates that probably came from someone's cousin's cousin with a machine shop. The lead truck's hood shimmered with heat. The driver had that look that says, "I will not be the one who turns around." The gunner racked something belt-fed enough to ruin a day. 03, I said quietly. "Mirror," he said, already sighting. One crisp shot took the gunner's sight. The plate rattled. The gunner flinched, fired high, chewed a sign instead of a Spartan. 08 put holes in the tires because that's his love language now. The truck slowed, tried to recover, and found 02 in its future. 02 hopped onto the running board, reached through the window, and turned drive into neutral with a wrist that could make friends with a vice. The second truck picked a different mistake, it tried to accelerate through 01. Physics objects to that. 01 put his palm to the grill and pushed. The engine coughed and the driver remembered a meeting he had somewhere else. By the time the fourth wave would have been ready, there was no one left to be brave for. The street went quiet the way a theater does when the lights don't come back up. Engines ticked cooling metal. Someone groaned about his mother. A bottle rolled. Somewhere, a siren decided to commit and got closer. I looked down the line. 19 Spartans stood in formation. Helmets scuffed, shoulders dusty, hearts steady. None down. A few bruises apiece. No holes. My chest did a small, private thing I do not tell anyone about. Ding. Points earned, 7,000. Reason, defense of stronghold, multiple captures, neutralization of organized assault. I whistled low. Generous tip, Willie. I stretched my back and took the fresh soda 12 pressed into my hand like he'd rehearsed it, which he had. I train my people in the sacred art of post-conflict hydration. Not a bad night, boys, I said, lifting the can. Let's eat. We didn't actually eat yet. We worked. The romance of victory is a luxury you earn by doing the chores. 03 set up a perimeter like he was laying out a chessboard, cones from the bus that isn't, hazard triangles where they'd read as authority, a polite hand for the curious who couldn't tell the difference between safe and instagram. 04 walked the block, cataloging small damages that mattered to civilians, a shattered planter, a frightened dog, a door that wouldn't latch because somebody's boot had taught it a lesson. He fixed the door with a spare hinge from our bag of "fix this because you broke that," scratched the dog under the chin until its tail remembered dignity, and righted the planter with the kind of care that makes neighbors forgive noise. 05 orchestrated triage like a conductor, injuries sorted by color-coded bands, nothing dramatic because we don't allow dramatic, just methodical. Breathe, he told a man who didn't deserve the courtesy. You're going to live. That's the point today. 10 and 16 fetched the med kit, not because we were obligated to patch up the idiots who came to knock, but because we're building a city where not dying is a baseline, even for fools. 02 counted weapons, clear, safe, stack, clear, safe, stack. He bled magazines into a bucket for later disposal. 07 mirrored the process with monk-like attention, a small smile at the corner of his mouth because he knew he'd done good work in the chaos and now he got to do good work in the quiet. 13 lugged a crate of confiscated hardware and set it down where 03 pointed. He didn't drop it. He placed it. That distinction will save a life someday. 08 and 14 photographed serials and tags. 11 compiled a quick incident report structured like a hymn to chain of custody. 09 mopped a small oil spill because slick pavement is an enemy of ankles, and 09 hates sloppy physics. I did my favorite part, neighbors. I spoke to the woman on the third floor who had watched from behind a curtain, and had the good sense to keep her phone down, told her the bangs were over, thanked her for staying clear. I told the delivery kid from 3 buildings down that he did the right thing by ducking into the laundromat and that if his boss complained about the delay, I would have 01 explain why that was unwise. He believed me. So did 01. By the time NYPD cruisers nosed onto the block in cautious twos, our street looked like a catalog of evidence and compliance. The closest detective took a long, slow survey that screamed, "Why is this easy, and who are you people?" I gave him my best "we are boring, please enjoy this tidy scene" face. The body count, 0. The arrest count, many. The mess, finite. The neighborhood, intact. That's the brand. Anonymous tip, 03 murmured in my ear, a whisper to the precinct that would put credit where it could buy us goodwill. Not applause goodwill. Very different economies. Someone in the crowd muttered Avengers under their breath. Another said Daredevil like a prayer. A third whispered Spartans with that particular internet fervor that turns into a wiki edit war at 3 in the morning. I let it all wash over me and kept my face like a brick wall, useful, bland, hard to argue with. Commander, 05 said, appearing at my shoulder with a clipboard I had not authorized and a list I absolutely had. Inventory complete. Minor building damage, superficial. Utilities intact. Civilians, uninjured. Hostiles? I asked. Collecting regrets, he said, which is 05 for alive and zip-tied with bruised dignity. We held formation a minute more while Carlson's favorite unmarked sedan did a slow pass. I didn't wave. SHIELD likes to record posture, I like to give them posture worth filing. 01 tracked it in his peripheral vision without assigning it emotion. The last pickup got towed. The last shell casing plinked into a bucket. The last phone camera gave up and went vertical for a selfie. The sun remembered it was setting. The block exhaled. I tapped the can against my thigh and looked over my people. After action in 10, I said. Then pizza. Someone text the place before they faint. They know our order. Add extra breadsticks. It's been a breadstick day. Understood, 02 said, which is his version of I love that plan. We filed back in, not triumphant complete. The fortress swallowed us and sighed contentedly like an old lion settling into straw. Down in the lounge, we did the debrief because professionals pretend that paperwork is romance. It's not. It's proof. I took the chair at the head of the table that looks like it wants a captain, set the soda down, and let the room settle. Safe house front, I said. 01. Entry achieved, 01 reported. Resistance minimal. 11 cleared left. 15 mirrored. Correction, foot placement at threshold. 15 nodded once. He'll fix it. Harlem contingent. 07 maintained guard integrity, 02 said. 13 effective under supervision. No collateral damage. 07 pretended the praise was for the wall. 13 anchored his feet and learned how not to loom. Midtown line. 08 consistent, 03 said. 14 extraction clean. 3 engine incapacitations. 1 drone captured. 14 didn't look at 03, which is how you prove you heard him. 08 rolled his shoulders, recalibrating where the recoil still lives in muscle. Left alley. Balance held, 04 said. 09 transitioned smoothly under pressure. 1 pipe misuse corrected. I smiled. Pipe counseling appreciated. Right alley. Controlled, 05 said. 10 under rotated 1 tackle, corrected on next rep. 12 held perimeter. 16 and 19 kept lines tight. Civilians? I asked. Uninjured, 11 said, making it official. No panic. 3 expressions of gratitude. 1 promise to bring cookies. He didn't smile. He didn't have to. The room did it for him. Good, I said. Lessons, posture buys time. Time buys choices. Choices buy outcomes. We kept Fisk outside and the neighborhood inside. That's the math. Retaliation, 02 warned, because someone has to draw the arrow pointing forward. He'll escalate or get clever, I agreed. He may hire specialists who like nicknames. He may plant evidence. He may tempt the NYPD into doing his cleanup for him. He may leak to the Bugle so Jonah can practice new synonyms for menace. We don't blink. We do the same thing we do every night: pinky, train, patrol, points. Civilians first. Ego last. If Tony Stark wants to drop by with a quip, he can do it on the sidewalk where Pepper can see him. Directive. 01 asked, the hinge the day always turns on. Rotate watch, I said. Stagger showers. Hydrate like your kidneys are a team sport. Then pizza. The pizza arrived to a lobby stacked with captured firearms and reconsidered life choices. The delivery guy took one look at 19 quiet giants and nearly teleported the bag into 12's hands. I tipped him like he'd completed a raid. Relax, I told him. They're friendly. Mostly. We ate like men who know fuel is part of the mission. 02 policed water. 03 warmed his fingers around a mug that knew how to be tea. 04 stretched 15's calves with a patience that looked like yoga and felt like discipline. 05 wrote tomorrow's numbers like a love letter to pain. 07 traded notes with 13 about elbow angle. 08 showed 14 a sling adjustment that would keep a shoulder from developing opinions. 09 discussed chain of custody with 11 as if they were writing a joint memoir called Paperwork that saves screenshots. 10 stared at a bruise on his forearm like it had insulted him and decided to forgive it. 12, 16, and 19 took turns telling the pizza guy's story back to each other to practice observational recall. 01 walked the perimeter with a slice in his hand and ate it without ever raising his posture. I went to the roof afterward because ritual is defense against narrative drift. 01 joined without being asked because mountains aren't invitations, they're facts. New York wore a stark afterglow even without Iron Man flaring across the sky. Down the block, a black sedan with unmarked confidence rolled past, did not stop, and gave us a final, respectful glance through a camera lens we both pretended not to see. Somewhere above, a helicopter traced a rectangle it would call patrol and we would call theater. I opened a soda. It hissed like the city exhaling. That was him knocking politely, I said. 01 watched the street with the patience of stone. He will knock again. Yeah, I said. He'll either come heavy and loud or soft and smart. Maybe bullseye if he's shopping off timeline. Maybe lawyers with teeth. Maybe a press leak pitched to make us look like the menace the Bugle wants us to be. We remain, 01 said, not a question. We remain, I echoed. Boring on camera, inevitable on the street. The system sat like a star at the edge of thought 7,000 points twinkling with the promise of upgrades and more brothers in arms. I could push the button and conjure ALPHA20. I could pour Spartan 2 training into a rookie until he gleamed like policy. I could buy myself new problems with old solutions. Tempting. But timing is the difference between empire and mess. Not tonight, I told the blue only I can see. We bank, we breathe, we plan. Below us, the block that had tried to be a war zone went back to being New York, somebody arguing about the Mets, somebody picking up a leash, somebody deciding to close early and hug their kid. The MCU spins on big collisions, the human world turns on small decisions. We shepherd both. Progress steady, 01 said, delivering the last line the way only he can, like granite admitting it enjoys sunrise. Damn right, I answered. We stood a while longer in friendly silence, watching the city count itself back to normal. Behind us, 19 Spartans slept or stood watch or cleaned the last fleck of powder out of a bolt carrier. In front of us, a skyline that has seen gods and monsters looked the same as it did yesterday. That's the point. Not louder. Better. Fisk knocked. We answered. If he's smart, he'll learn the door's not his to open. If he's Fisk, he'll knock again. Either way, we'll be here on the sidewalk, not the stage, making sure tomorrow's footage looks boring enough to keep the city breathing. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, A Fortress Full of Spartans. Morning smelled like smoke and victory, the kind of scorched, metallic air New York wears after it remembers it's been a battlefield and then decides to keep the morning anyway. The street out front still flashed its fresh tattoos, scorch marks scalloped along the curb, 2 neat furrows where a pickup tried to be brave, and a constellation of scraped asphalt that looked like the Marvel Cinematic Universe had sprinkled CGI on our block and then left it there for authenticity. NYPD cruisers orbited at a cautious distance, vulture curious and rulebook shy, deciding whether we were a crime scene, a miracle, or one of those unidentified vigilante anomalies the Daily Bugle loves to condemn on slow news days. A couple of uniforms walked the tape with their hands behind their backs like they were visiting a museum of last night. Inside? Calm. 19 Spartans moving like clockwork through the fortress, cleaning, drilling, resetting the universe to the setting we prefer. Order. No casualties. No dents worth mentioning. A few scuffs that made the armor look honest. The basement hummed with reassembled rifles, the range below that popped with measured punctuation, and the stairwells kept time under boots that learned cadence the hard way. Our home had learned to purr. Local choppers replayed our night on every channel, the way the MCU never gets bored of its own reruns. Split screens showed zip-tied enforcers lined like bad choices, trucks eased into impound-ready angles, and a whole lot of civilians alive and annoyed about delays. One station booked an organized crime expert who said kingpin like it was a species. Another aired a panel where someone insisted we were Avengers understudies. The Bugle's cheer and screamed menace so loudly the font probably needed a lozenge. I sipped and grinned. They're terrified and impressed, I said to nobody and everyone. My favorite combo. Ding. Points available, 7,000. I tilted the can in a little toast to the invisible ledger only I can see. Shopping spree, I said, and clapped once. The fortress shifted its attention like a living thing. Lounge. Now. They came in 4s and 5s, the veteran vanguard slipping through the door like inevitability, 01 silent as a horizon line, 02 all contained gravity, 03 with gun oil still drying on his knuckles, 04 moving like the idea of balance had decided to try legs, 05 a neat stack of numbers that had learned to write themselves. Behind them, the rookies, 07 through 15, bright-eyed, posture honest from last night's reality check, 16 through 19, the newest steel, still settling into the shape of us. 19 bodies filled every inch of air, shoulder to shoulder, a roomful of readiness. Fisk just paid for upgrades with his own wallet, I said, pacing in front of them because motion is the only thing that takes the edge off when the ledger glows this bright. We're spending all of it. No one who mattered flinched. Veterans remained unruffled, calm because calm is a weapon. Rookies were rod straight and a hair tight, which is how you know the lesson stuck. I walked the line and took inventory the way I like to do, out loud, honest, a little rude to keep the blood awake. 08 focused but flighty, I said, tapping the rail beside him. Your bullets hate the middle, but you keep improving. Time to cheat. He didn't smile. Good. He was too busy paying attention. 10 strong, blunt, I went on, looking at the man who lifts like a storm front. You move a barbell like it owes you money and punch like a refrigerator falling downstairs. We'll sharpen that. I drifted down the roster with the candor of a man who loves all his sons enough to irritate them into greatness. 12 clumsy, but honest about it. 13 heavy hands, decent aim when you remember to breathe. 14 stop painting, shoot. 15 gravity's favorite dance partner. 16-19 brand new stiffness, whole lives ahead of you to organize. I stopped in front of 08 and let him see the decision land. You keep showing up. You keep learning when it would be easier to pretend you already knew. That buys you speed. That buys you accuracy. That buys you, this. I raised my voice for the room. Train Alpha 08 Spartan 2. The blue light came down the way it always does, clean, whole, as if the air had decided to become a workshop. It washed over 08 and pulled his posture into alignment the way a magnet gathers filings. Tension, then stillness, then the tiny adjustments only we notice, hips settle, heels quiet, breath slots into a better pattern. When the glow thinned, the edges of him were sharper, the center heavier with intent. Commander, 08 said, saluting with a crispness he hadn't earned yesterday and absolutely deserved now. Finally, I said, letting myself enjoy it. I flicked a glance at 03. We might save on drywall. Improved, 03 allowed. For him, that's the church bells. Ding. Remaining, 5,500. I turned to 10, who looked like he'd been forged in a gym and then politely asked to learn hand to hand. From fridge to furnace, I told him. Let's make you a machine. Train Alpha 10 Spartan 2. Glow. Lock. Focus. The transformation slid across him like armor putting on a man instead of the other way around. The new lines of his stance didn't shout, they simply refused to leave. Commander. From refrigerator to war machine in 5 seconds, I said, pleased enough to let it shine. I cut my eyes to 05. You have a real partner now. Acknowledged, 05 said, which, in his language, means excellent. I can stop pretending the barbell feels heavy. Ding. Remaining, 4,000. I rubbed my hands together, a little ceremony for what comes next. And now, I said, we grow. 8 flares later, the room was a census taker's nightmare. The light came in tidy bursts, no thunder, no explosion, just the tidy miracle of more, height resolving out of glow, mass finding balance, eyes finding discipline. Each figure stepped into being the way a page accepts ink. ALPHA20 saluted. ALPHA21 saluted. ALPHA22 saluted. ALPHA23 saluted. ALPHA24 saluted. ALPHA25 saluted. ALPHA26 saluted. ALPHA27 saluted. Welcome to the circus, I told them, turning slowly to take in the line from 01 at one end to 27 at the other. Try not to trip. Ding. Remaining, 0. No more blue in the corner of my mind. Bank exhausted. Exactly as planned. Investments made where they compound fastest, 2 upgrades that turn potential into inevitability, 8 new brothers in arms to turn coverage into dominance. Assignments snapped into place with the elegance of magnets remembering who they love. 0220, 21. 0322, 23. 0424, 25. 0526, 27. The room exhaled a single shared breath, then pivoted into motion because our house doesn't need a drum roll to work. The training architecture expanded a size and never squeaked. Quarters tight, standards tighter. We had 19. Now we had 27. The fortress felt it and grinned, load-bearing walls pledging allegiance, stair treads learning new names, the old elevator humming its disapproval because nobody ever asks it to help. SHIELD would be out there somewhere today, unmarked sedan doing laps at a lawful speed, cameras pretending they aren't. Carlson would underline escalation capacity and drink coffee that has a security clearance. Tony Stark would glance at a dashboard labeled Neighborhood Anomalies, raise one eyebrow, and say nothing out loud because Pepper Potts would ask why he's smiling. Downstairs, Doctrine took the wheel. 02 with 20 and 21 posture is a verb. 02 planted himself in front of 20 and 21 like a monument to inevitability. He doesn't shout. He doesn't threaten. He adjusts. Guard, 02 said. 20 raised his hands, credible, if a little theatrical. Lower, 02 said, tapping a knuckle under the right elbow. This is not ballet. 21 mirrored, too careful. 02 stepped in and gently moved his wrists by a centimeter, then turned his hips with 2 fingers on the belt line. Own your weight, he told them. You are not borrowing it. They moved through jab cross like men who had never lied to themselves. 02 corrected without contempt, chin tuck, shoulder roll, foot angle. The hands started to remember where the ground ends and the punch begins. In between combinations he'd lift a palm and they'd run straight into pummel work, frame, dig, turn, break, breathe. When 20's elbow flared, 02 didn't scold, he tapped the lat and the elbow sank like it got embarrassed. When 21 tried to be clever with a spinning thing no one asked for, 02 caught his hip and put him back where intelligence lives. Taller, 02 said when they shrank in defense. Wider, he said when their base pretended it was a tightrope. Again, he said when they did it right, because the prize for correctness is repetition. 03 with 22 and 23 cadence over chaos. At the range, 03 staged a small, beautiful war with paper. 22 and 23 stood in ear pro, eye pro, posture that wanted to behave. 03 took their weapons and field stripped them in one smooth motion without looking down, not flourish, habit. He set the parts on the bench in an arc that said everything has a place. Grip, 03 said, showing the high hold that shames recoil into submission. He settled 22's thumbs where they belong, he corrected 23's wrist with a nudge that turned tremble into truth. Front sight, he said. Press. Do not paint the target, punctuate it. First string, 22 clustered like a guy who loves the idea of center but can't commit. 23 sprayed like a kid with a hose. Second string, 22's flyers started acting housebroken, 23's group discovered what a group is. Third string, 03 nodded once, which is his way of calling you by your first name. Reload, 03 said. They mashed magazines in, fumbling just enough to prove we were at the beginning and not the middle. Music, not violence, 03 corrected. Tap seat rack became tap seat rack with rhythm instead of prayer. He worked in malfunctions, the kind you can fix with procedure and the kind you fix by not panicking. He layered in a no-shoot overlay, a bright rectangle that punishes impatience, and watched 23 not take the bait with a satisfaction he did not show and we all felt. Crowd, he said finally, gesturing to a painted standee that blocks a third of the lane. Wait for your window. Make the shot belong to you. 22 waited. His breathing found the count. The bullet went exactly where it was invited. 04 with 24 and 25 gravity's law firm. On the mats, 04 turned the universe into a civics lesson and 24 and 25 into students who would not graduate until the ground learned their names. Yokimi first, back falls and side falls until wrists stopped trying to catch, until hips accepted their job. 24 slammed too hard, tried to be tough, 04 reset him with a fingertip at the sternum and a tilt of the head that said listen to the mat. 25 flinched at contact and tried to invent softness, 04 taught him that softness lives inside structure, not instead of it. Step, 04 said, and 24 stepped without dragging his toe. Hands, he said, and 25 raised them to a width that made sense. They wrestled without the lie of strength, pummeling for inside position, finding frames, learning that a good underhook is worth 20 pounds of muscle. The first time 24 tried to bowl a throw, 04 let him own his mistake all the way to the floor. The second time, 24 redirected pressure and the mat accepted him like a correct answer. 25's first sweep was an argument, his second was a sentence, his third made 04's mouth do the tiniest thing a saint might call a smile. Balance, 04 said to both. The word hung in the air, richer than any shout. Again. 05 with 26 and 27 tempo is truth. In the weight room, 05 arranged torture into columns and called it today. 26 and 27 stood in front of loaded bars like men who had read the brochure and still signed the waiver. Tempo, 05 said. Down 3. Hold 1. Up 1. Controlled. They squatted to his count, which has murdered freer men than these. 26 hit depth and discovered humility, 27 trembled and then settled into the line where strength lives. They did carries because life is a carry, farmers, suitcases, sandbags, down the hall and back while 05 watched feet and corrected spines with a point that felt like a verdict. He didn't add weight to excite them, he added time under tension to teach them that excitement is what gets you hurt. Breathe, he said when 26 forgot. Brace, he said when 27 tried to fake it. Again, he said when they got it right, because in this house the prize for correctness is the privilege of not being done. 08 and 10 New Edge, same house. In between circuits, I stole 08 and 10 for small demonstrations because morale is a living thing that feeds on proof. 08 took the moving rail and stitched rounds into its wandering circles with a discipline that made 03's mouth relax a millimeter. He waited for windows. He refused bad shots. When 03 bumped him with a shoulder midstring, 08 didn't overcorrect, he rode the bump and finished clean. Finally, I murmured. We can retire the drywall repair line item. 10 slid under a bar and made it look like the bar apologized. Squats to the temple of tempo, deadlifts on rails, a press so strict it should have come with a hymn. Then 05 threw him into a strength and balance complex grip, hinge, rotate, step, and 10 did it like he'd been born reading the manual. Refrigerator no more. War machine polite, precise, inevitable. Housekeeping, with teeth. 27 Spartans is a logistics poem. We made the lines rhyme. Bunks, 20 took the rack across from 02 because osmosis is real. 21 bunked near the Mets so 04 could steal him for late night balance drills. 22 and 23 went 2 doors down from the range door where 03 can catch them before they decide to sleep in. 24 and 25 split the room with the best floor space, not a luxury, a necessity. Yokimi bruises less at 2 am. 26 and 27 landed near the weight room, because 05 likes to appear like a horror movie reveal and he should not have to walk far to do it. Gear and comms, 03 issued slings and earpieces, encryption chips clicked into tiny homes. Call signs only, he reminded the new 8. No names. Less syllables under stress. We ran a comms check that sounded like liturgy, 01's start, 02's clear, 03's front sight, 04's balance, 05's controlled, and then the rookies echoed until the channel sounded like a family portrait. Watch, 02 expanded the matrix on the whiteboard in neat, decisive strokes, slotting 2027 into rotations that make the building breathe at all hours. No one pulls back to back. Everyone learns the sound of the fortress at 3 settling pipes, distant sirens, the whisper of a city that pretends it doesn't sleep. Med and baseline, 11 ran pulse ox and resting heart rates like it was a side hustle, 05 logged numbers with tidy cruelty, 04 stress tested ankles, 03 printed labels for the med cabinet that made 02 nod like someone had finally alphabetized the universe. Neighbors and optics, I did a soft sweep, waved at Mrs. Ortiz on the second floor who had watched last night's fireworks from behind her curtain like a saint, promised the bodega guy we'd pay for his sign if the bullet holes turned out to be metaphors with invoices, gave a thumbs up to an NYPD sergeant who was smart enough to recognize an area that had already been stabilized. A SHIELD sedan rolled past like a rumor that pays taxes. We let it see posture, not theater. Work the day, own the night. Training resumed promptly, because this house doesn't tolerate the afterglow of victory when there's work to file. The fortress took a deep breath and got louder in the right ways. 20 and 21 struggled under 02's stare and found their footing anyway. 02 doesn't do inspirational speeches, he does adjustments that rewires a man's idea of where his center is. That's a handshake, I told 20 when he feathered a punch like he was trying not to offend. Not a strike. Fix it. He did, and the pad answered with a sound that makes pain look respectable. 22 and 23 turned paper into confession. Higher, I told 22 when a string slumped toward his boots. The middle is a place, visit it. 03 slid a fingertip along the slide and 22's next 5 rounds lived exactly where center lives. 23 got cute once, then went back to humble and watched his group stop pretending it was a constellation. 24 and 25 fell, again and better. 04's voice stayed the same, balance. He asked for 10 clean back falls and got 8 good ones and 2 that were honest enough to count. New fall record, I called out when 24 managed not to turn his wrist into a sacrifice. 25 learned to breathe through contact instead of before it. 26 and 27 made noise on the plates until the plates gave up their will to complain. 05's cues carved their spines into what spines ought to be. If you break the weights, I told 26 when a deadlift landed hard, you're buying them. He set the next one down like it was family china. Upgraded 08 moved like he'd attended an invisible class we can't charge tuition for. He found targets and didn't cheat on the tempo, he broke shots and then broke the habit of admiring them. Upgraded 10 made the weight room look smaller and the mats feel safer. He didn't swagger, he re-racked. I moved through it all with a soda in my hand and a job in my mouth. 20, chin down or gravity will autograph your face. 21, plant, then pivot, don't pivot in midair, you're not Spider-Man and Tony Stark doesn't pay our hospital bills. 22, breathe through the press, not before it. 23, you're flirting with the edge, we love the middle. 24, stop negotiating with the floor. 25, shoulders in your pockets, not around your ears. 26, hinge, don't bow. 27, brace, then pull. The jokes land because the corrections are real. The corrections land because the jokes let them. By afternoon, the fortress sounded like a polite war, range pops, pad thumps, breath counts, the sting of chalk in tired lungs, 05's tempo metronome, 04's one-word sermons. By evening, 2027 had graduated from stiff to sturdy, which is a promotion that lives in the ankles and doesn't brag. We broke for food the way soldiers break for air. A neighbor kid brought empanadas from his aunt with a note that said thank you in handwriting brave enough to trust us. We paid double and sent him home with a story for later. A bugle van rolled past and didn't stop, either they didn't smell blood or they smelled professionalism and got bored. Good. Our brand is board cameras. Logistics, expanded, because families don't run on vibes. 27 is a number you feel in the bones of a building. We tuned the small things because the small things are where empires trip. Laundry, 05 posted a schedule. You do not want to miss your block. 02 will not save you. 03 will label your socks. 04 will make you carry the baskets as penance. Kitchens and fuel, 10 and 26 hauled water like they were hiding engines in the coolers. 07 and 22 chopped vegetables with a discipline that would make a chef salute. 11 portioned protein like a saint of macros, no one argues with 11 when he's holding a scale. Roof and air, 01 walked the roofline with 15 in quiet formation, teaching him the art of seeing without staring. 15 mirrored posture, then corrected it before 01's eyebrow could issue its verdict. Progress. Admin, I hate it. 02 loves it. The incident report for last night got compiled into the neatest package the NYPD will never officially admit helped them file their own. Chain of custody pictures got triple backed up by 03. 11 drafted a liability proof summary in case SHIELD knocked and asked in that tone that says you can't say no but you might survive yes. Carlson will enjoy the clarity and pretend he doesn't. Optics, PR without the press. We replaced Mrs. Kim's planter, because it was our guy who knocked it over while doing a very correct takedown. 04 carried it back up the stoop like an apology, and Mrs. Kim decided not to call her cousin at the bugle. Civilians first. Ego last. Always. Nightfall, upgrades gleaming. By evening, the fortress was busy in the right way, not frantic, not loud, just full. The new recruits had found the way their bunks breathe. Their first issue gear looked plain because it hasn't earned scuffs yet. Veterans stayed alert because that's the job. The city is a jealous god. The upgrades gleamed not literally, but it felt like it. 08 with that new inevitability on the line, 10 with a hinge that makes physics nod. I took a final walk through the place, the way you check doors you know are locked. The armory smelled like order. The mets smelled like work. The kitchen smelled like food made by men who intend to lift tomorrow. The stairwell smelled like New York history and soap. The building creaked its satisfied old man creak. Out front, the scorch marks had stopped looking like embarrassment and started looking like warning. The system was silent and empty in the corner of my mind remaining, zero, and I liked it that way. Empty banks feel honest when the investments are walking around under your roof. I ended up in the lounge again because ritual is the kind of superstition that earns its keep. I leaned back, Boothiels to table 02 gave me a look, I gave him a shrug, we compromised by pretending we were both right. The room held all the silhouettes a city like this could ask for, MCU grade posture with Halo Spartan 2 discipline, Stark era precision in a building that should probably have a plaque no one reads. 27, I said, letting the grin take over. All mine. Chapter 43, Carlson comes back. Morning hit loud. The first basement rattled as 05 introduced 26 and 27 to a new religion called tempo. Down at the range, 03 sanded burrs off 22's reloads until tap seat rack stopped sounding like panic and started sounding like music. On the mats, 04 bounced 24 from standing to side fall to breath control, while 25 stared at his feet like they'd been lying to him his whole life and he had finally caught them. Above it all, the fortress hummed, pipes clicking, concrete timbers chuckling, stair treads keeping time under boots. After last night's brawl with Wilson Fisk's rented courage, the building felt fuller and calmer at the same time, like it had decided to stop auditioning for home and just be it. I walked the circuit with a soda and a grin that hadn't learned how to clock out. The street out front still wore scorch art, little scallops where hot metal kissed curb, a grinding skid where a truck learned about consequences, and a dusting of brick that made the gutter look like it had tried powdered sugar. NYPD cruisers looped the block like vultures who'd read the rules and weren't sure if the carcass was theirs. Upstairs, the TV toggled between channels replaying last night's mysterious, coordinated attacks on Fisk's empire, split screens of zip-tied men, intact pallets, cones where cones weren't supposed to be. A bugle cheerin' called us menace in a font so loud it needed a lozenge. Standard Marvel Cinematic Universe programming, outrage, awe, and 3 op-eds written by people who have never been punched. Guess we made an impression, I told the room, raising the kin for the benefit of the air. ALPHA01 watched the street from the window with his cliff face patience. 02 held up the far wall by existing. The machine ran itself now. 03 is the world's politest firing range in a human body, 04 is balance with hands, 05 is numbers that learned to count out loud. 07 through 15 had learned to breathe like they belonged. 16-27 were new enough to shine and smart enough not to. If Fisk had any brains, I added, he'd lay low. The wall jumped. A hard thump rumbled the window frames, shook plaster dust out of the ceiling, and taught the TV how to flicker. The soda hissed like it had an opinion. I set it down and smiled wider. Well, I said. Speak of the devil. Hostile contact, 01 reported, voice like weather, inevitable, unbothered. A second boom shouldered the alley. Distant shouts climbed the stairwell like smoke. I stepped to the glass with 01, peeking past his shoulder. Trucks. Bodies. The morning after version of bravado. My grin sharpened. And then knock knock knock. Not panic. Not cop open up. Not we're here to sell you long distance service. Sharp, measured, official. A please and thank you knock. 01 had already pivoted toward the door, which is 01 for permit me to deny entry to everyone but one. Relax, I told him, waving. That's a friendly ghost. Carlson. The door opened to a neat suit, a neat man, a neat briefcase. Phil Carlson stepped in like he'd been here before and the building remembered. He clocked the room fast, 01 to me, 02 to the wall, the stairs singing with invisible work. His eyes did a silent roll call, veterans first, rookies next, then came back to me. His jaw tightened by a millimeter, which in Carlson units is the same as slamming a fist on a table. You've been busy, he said. What gave it away, the noise, the bodies, or the scorch art out front? I asked, because it's rude not to offer a menu. Any of those, he said, and set the briefcase on the table. He didn't sit. Men like Carlson only sit in places they plan to stay. He planned to leave, and he wanted me to know it. Fury's been patient, he went on, voice calm the way a filed report is calm. After last night, patience isn't on the menu. You're welcome, I said. Fisk will be quiet for a while. You turned Midtown into a war zone. A safe war zone, I said. None of my people are down. No civilians hurt. Only Fisk's men bleeding. That's progress. That doesn't make it acceptable. It does to the people who didn't get shot, I said, and drank because I didn't have armor and I felt left out. Boots hit the stairwell 02 with 20 and 21 in tow, sweat dark and silent, fresh from being remodeled into better choices. They fell into line without a word, posture honest, eyes forward but not empty. The noise in the building softened like a choir noticing the conductor, then steadied again because we're not the kind of house that stops when company visits. You're building an army, Carlson said, gaze cutting across the line. I'm building a family, I corrected. Language matters. His mouth didn't twitch, which in Carlson means point received, not conceded. He flicked the briefcase latch, opened it with care, and slid a thin file toward me. The folder was the color bureaucrats pick when they want to look neutral while implying apocalypse. Fisk isn't finished, he said. He's bringing in specialists. Not gangsters, professionals. You keep pushing, this escalates. I flipped the file. SHIELD never wastes printer ink. Satellite stills, drone shots, the kind of municipal camera grabs you get when your badges work nationwide. I saw long rifles in cases that had flown coach for 6 figures, a glimpse of a ballistic shield that looked custom enough to have a first name, a shipping invoice that winked explosives in a language that pretends it's legal. There was a grainy photo of a man on a rooftop with a posture that read marksman before it read human. Another of 3 figures stepping out of a van in matching grey contractors, probably, the cheap kind of expensive. One night vision still like spilled ink, silhouettes on a parapet. If I squinted, I could almost hear a ninja rumor, which in New York is just Tuesday. I like escalators, I said, flipping the page. Fewer stairs. Carlson didn't dignify it. Fury won't tolerate this much longer. Fury hasn't even visited, I said, cheerful as a sunrise. You're the one who knocks. I respect that. He let the silence settle. It had a temperature. I let it stay. If you listened close, you could hear the fortress grinding men into competence below our feet, and the city outside grinding a day into headlines. The weight in the room wasn't just bodies, it was intent. 27 helmets weren't on, but you could feel the way they would be. You are visible, he said at last, tone gone even flatter, which means he was more serious, not less. We covered some things when it was alleys and warehouses. We cannot cover a siege on your stronghold in broad daylight with NYPD on 3 corners and news choppers overhead. We were very boring on camera, I said. All the theater was theirs. We made sure your memos write themselves. Civilians first. Ego last. We made your dream paperwork. You made paperwork, he said. Now you are the paperwork. He slid the file closer with one finger so I'd see the real part, a bullet point list, Carlson clean, SHIELD font. Observed trend, increased headcount, EST 27. Observed capability, coordinated non-lethal force, controlled scene management, crowd safety protocols effective. Observed risk, adversary escalation to professional assets, marksman, demolitions, ex-military private security, potential enhanced. Likely next step, adversary targeted sabotage, PR smear, entrapment with civilian collateral, sniper harassment, IED near perimeter. Likely next step, agency continued observation, calibrated engagement, controlled contact, this visit. Recommendation, de-escalation/liaison. Note, director aware. He didn't underline director, but the air did. I tapped the page where sniper harassment lived and looked at 03. He didn't move. He didn't have to. The roof already belonged to him and 01 whenever they wanted it. What do you want, Phil? I asked, giving him the respect of his first name, which is how I tell a man I understand he doesn't make the weather but he does handle umbrellas. What you won't give, he said. Restraint. You've seen restraint, I said, polite as knives. You've seen it for weeks. You saw it last night. If we didn't do restraint, Midtown would be a crater, and Jonah would finally have a headline worth keeping. We're the reason NYPD walked in and found living bodies and labeled evidence instead of smoking holes in a mystery. That's restraint. Restraint is also not provoking further escalation, he said. You keep cutting Fisk's legs out from under him. Fisk hires men who think they were born without fear. Some of them are true believers. Some of them are bored. Some of them like missing. You're training to fight armies. They'll send you a single man with a pencil and a point to prove. Bullseye isn't union yet, I said lightly, just to watch the file's spine tighten. He didn't blink. Good. Point taken. We'll adapt. He studied me like he was trying to read the operating manual of a device whose manufacturer had been declared a myth. 02 breathed in the corner with 20 and 21 quietly dripping onto the floor in front of him. Somewhere below, 05 told 26 to brace and 27 to breathe, and both obeyed, which is one of the reasons this building stands. You're going to push too far, Carlson said at last. Probably, I said, and raised the soda. Future me's problem. Present me has soda, Spartans, and Fisk on the run. He closed the briefcase. That was the whole sermon. We'll be watching. Wouldn't have it any other way, I said. Tell Fury High. If he sends someone to knock, bring pizza. Carlson looked at me in that very specific way where you can't tell if he's annoyed or quietly enjoying your audacity. Then he left to the sound of training and steel, the noise of a house that never learned how to stop. I watched the door settle and looked back at 27 men who don't need pep talks, only direction. Veterans calm. Rookies a fraction taller because a SHIELD agent had just audited their existence and not shut us down. The fortress hummed, happy to be useful. You heard the man, I said. We keep going. 01 inclined his head like a horizon accepting sunrise. 02 moved without moving, which is how he disperses orders. 03 lifted his chin a degree, which means our roof had just become a classroom. 04 said balance from the doorway to the mats, which is a prayer where we live. 05 wrote IED and sniper and PR smear on a notepad and turned it into tomorrow. We didn't waste the warning. A SHIELD brief is a gift, even when it's wrapped in a threat. Counter sniper lanes, I told 03 as we slid down the stairs toward the roof. I want 3 standard positions, 2 ugly ones. Teach the new eyes how to look for glass where glass shouldn't be. Mirage, glint, silhouette, 03 said. He was already mapping angles against the skyline, counting thermals and scaffolds and reflections off Stark Tower that don't belong at certain hours. Drill 22 and 23 on tripod discipline. Pair 08 with me. He can carry the glass and learn the language. Done, I said. If a drone crosses our roof, you can keep it if you name it. He didn't smile, but a drone was already in danger somewhere. CQB adjustments, I told 02 at the landing. Heavier armor in the mix. Longer batons. Shields. Professionals instead of bravado. Make sure 20 and 21 learn to remove a shield from a man without removing the man from his future. Angles, 02 said. Feet before hands. Hips before wrists. Add weapon grab with plate carrier snag, I said. None of that YouTube judo where everyone is cooperative and made of pillows. Understood, he said, which translates to prepare to suffer for a good cause. Disarms for long steel, I told 04 as he bounced 24 into a side fall that would have made a chiropractor applaud. Crowbars, pipes, machetes. The kind of gifts a merc picks when his boss loves the sound of metal. Timing, 04 said. Not speed. Openings are made, not found. Teach 24 not to flirt with gravity, I said. 25's breathing. He needs posture. Balance, he said again, because that one word does more work here than most paragraphs. Vehicle interdiction, I told 05 as we crossed through the weight room. If they bring an armored SUV to the party, I want 10 and 26 to be able to make it take a nap. Minimal denting. Maximal paperwork. Chocks, 05 said. Wedges. Null angles. Controlled. Always. Crowd management, I told 11 in the hallway, where he'd set up a whiteboard labeled civilian safe/camera safe. We were good yesterday. I want boring on camera to feel like a superpower. Teach 12 and 27 where to stand so they become scenery. Palms visible, 11 said. Faces open. Chin neutral. Words short. Teach 15 posture, I said. His elbows wander like tourists. Understood, 11 said, and wrote wandering elbows on the board like it was a new tenant. The building drank orders and turned them into schedule. SHIELD would watch, we would give them a show that made their memos read like lullabies. If Nick Fury wanted escalation off the menu, he should have picked a different restaurant. We cook for civilians and for outcomes. Everything else is garnish. Carlson's folder sat on my table like a warning that had decided to nap. I flipped it once more as the house shifted into higher gear. One photo, a man with a head like a nail, eyes dead, posture perfect, a rifle that likely had a nickname. The caption, unknown specialist, hits improbable shots, pattern suggests training, not luck. Another, a circle around a doorway where a charge had done precisely what a charge should do, clean breach, directional, no stall. Someone liked lessons. Someone had money. There was a line about enhanced potential that didn't say super soldier and didn't not say it. In a city where Tony Stark and Avengers merch can be found in the same kiosk as subway maps, potential is code for try not to be surprised by aliens. I put the pages away and pulled out a dry erase marker. On the board above the incident reports, I wrote. Counter Specialist Modules. Roof Eyes, 03 Lead, 08, 22, 23 Mirage/Glint/Silhouette. Shield and Baton Extraction, 02 Lead, 20, 21, 13 feet before hands. Long Steel Disarms, 04 Lead, 24, 25, 15 Timing Speed. Vehicle Nap Time, 05 Lead, 10, 26 Chocks/Wedges/Angles. Crowd and Camera Choreography, 11 Lead, 12, 27, 16 Palms, Faces, Exit Lines. IED Awareness, 05+03 Split What Not to Touch. PR Hygiene, Me plus 11 Neighbor Brief, Planter Replacements, Thank You Run. Add Stark Tower Reflections, 03 said from the doorway, because he knows where the skyline makes liars out of glass. Add Daily Bugle Counter Programming, I said. If J. Jonah wants footage, make sure it's B-roll of us picking up trash. Ding, not the system this time, just my phone, a message from the pizza place asking if we wanted the usual for lunch because they saw the news and had an instinct. I told them yes, and to send extra napkins because 05 had written no grease on grips on a whiteboard last week and I prefer not to fight with him over small wars. The rest of the morning grew teeth. Counter sniper on the roof, 03 set up his tripod and taught 08 how to pretend he had 4 hands. He pointed at air and named it heat shimmer, thermal bleed, glass halo, skyline cut. If you see the shape, you already lost, he told 22. See the missing? 08 squinted through the glass, adjusted his breath, and called a glint that turned out to be the wrong angle on an HVAC fan. Good, 03 said. Better to see ghosts before you see men. Shield extraction in the hallway, 02 strapped a training plate to his forearm and told 13 to come take it. 13 tried to be a hammer. 02 taught him to be a locksmith. Heel hook, redirect, wedge, the shield went from wall to floor without turning 13 into a cautionary tale. 20 tried a knee that 02 caught by looking at it. 21 copied 20 but remembered to plant first. 02 nodded once. That nod is money. Long steel on the mats, 04 tossed a foam pipe to 24, who swung like a streetlight in a windstorm. 04 entered clean, framed the wrist, ate the angle, and made the pipe decide to belong to the floor. Timing, he told 25. Not speed. If you go faster, you die faster. Vehicles out front, 05 took the truck that ISNTA bus and let 10 and 26 practice forcing it to nap without scaring the neighbors. Chalks, wedges, hand signals. 05 stood in front of the bumper like a man judging a god and moved his fingers in little arcs that meant you will behave now. The truck obeyed. An NYPD cruiser idled at the corner and pretended this wasn't the most efficient demonstration they'd see this week. Crowd and camera inside, 11 turned the lobby into a workshop for optics. 12 and 27 practiced shepherding invisible civilians past imaginary shooters, palms out, faces open, chins neutral. Words short, 11 said. This way. You're safe. Keep moving. Don't narrate. Don't scare. Your gravity with manners. We taped a phone to a tripod and pretended it was every camera. 27 learned where to stand so he looked like a helpful wall, not a threat. 12 learned how to look like a human being in armor, which is harder than it sounds. At lunch, pizza arrived like a treaty. The delivery guy didn't flinch this time. He had learned that 27 quiet giants who tip well are better than one loud influencer with a ring light. We ate on schedule because schedule is a weapon. 02 enforced water, 03 drank tea like it had ballistics, 04 stretched calves with a rope and a 10 count, 05 wrote values on sticky notes and stuck them on the plates like curses. I ran neighbor rounds. Mrs. Ortiz on 2 accepted a replacement planter we didn't technically owe her. Mr. Lee on the corner got a free sorry about the cones coffee from us because cones multiply when 03 is nervous, and yes, we can admit that. NYPD Sergeant Reyes, a good one, leaned out his cruiser and told me his lieutenant had called last night the cleanest mess I've seen, which I'll pretend he didn't say on record. A black sedan did a slow drive-by with the kind of muffler that says government issue. I didn't wave. I did stand where the camera could see me being unexciting. By afternoon, training felt different, tighter at the edges, looser in the middle. The rookies stopped trying to impress. The veterans stopped trying to pretend they were bored. Everyone started looking up more. Good. Specialists like roofs. Carlson didn't come back. He didn't need to. The folder did the haunting for him. His will be watching had done what threats can't. It made me think about optics beyond evidence. SHIELD isn't the enemy. Neither is NYPD. Neither are the choppers and the podcasts and the MCU fandom trying to decide if we're a Daredevil cameo. The enemy is the story Fisk once told, that we are chaos in nicer armor. Countering that story requires boring footage and grateful neighbors. We can do both while putting his money on fire. Late afternoon, I called a quick huddle in the lounge. No speech. A checklist with teeth. 01, I said. Roof sentinel rotation expands. Pair 11 and 15 for the last hour of daylight. Teach 15 to look for things only 11 sees. Understood, 01 said, which also means it's already done. 02 tomorrow's first block, shield extraction, then baton defense. Emphasize feet first. Clear, 02 said, which is also a verdict. 03 run 08 through Mirage at noon when the skyline lies the loudest. Scheduled, 03 said. 04 long steel until 24 stops negotiating with gravity. Balance, 04 said, which covers everything and nothing. 05 IED literacy. We don't touch. We don't let anyone else touch. We call city EOD and make them feel like heroes. Controlled, 05 said. 11 PR hygiene run after dinner thank yous, checks, planter patrol. Bring 12 and 27. Smile with your eyes. Always, 11 said. No applause. No handshake line. The room returned to work like we'd taken a breath and decided to keep breathing. Evening arrived with the soft, metallic sigh a city makes when it lets go of commuter rage. The range cooled. The Mets got mopped. The whiteboards gained 3 new notes: glass lies, feet before hands, palms, faces, words short. 01 rotated the watch so that the men who used to be rookies got to be the ones who kept the roof company. 08 stripped and cleaned his weapon twice, not because it needed it, but because he likes the way 03 nods when a bolt looks like a mirror. 10 logged his lifts like 05 was going to grade them, because he was. I ended up on the roof with a soda because habits are armor too. 01 joined me without ceremony. The skyline wore stark towers afterglow like a favorite jacket. Somewhere a helicopter drew a rectangle and called it patrol. Somewhere else a SHIELD drone decided to be a star. The street below us behaved like New York does when it has done you the courtesy of not exploding, sirens distant, arguments pedestrian, the scent of hot pretzels committing petty crimes. Carlson's eyes said variables, I told 01. 01 watched the street like it owed him money. He is not wrong. No, I agreed. He's also not the one with the lease in Hell's Kitchen who thinks his name entitles him to rent out the block to violence. Fisk will get clever. He'll shop for a marksman with a party trick. He'll pay for a team with matching shirts. He'll hire a lawyer with a camera and a PR guy who thinks Menace is a brand we'll buy. And us? 01 asked not because he doesn't know, but because rituals require call and response. Same as always, I said. Train. Patrol. Points. Civilians first. Ego last. Boring on camera, inevitable on the street. If they bring specialists, we make special feel ordinary. He considered that, then gave me the kind of nod that always feels like the city agreed. We stood a while longer with the skyline shining its marvel shine, listening to a block that has decided to keep breathing. Downstairs, 27 Spartans slept in rotations, or stood watch, or cleaned grit out of places that hate grit. Carlson had come and gone. Fury hadn't visited. SHIELD had drawn a box around our existence and written monitor in the margin. The Daily Bugle had printed a headline that sells more coffee than truth. NYPD had filed reports that will make their sergeant look like a genius. Tony Stark had probably smiled at a dashboard, then forgotten about us like he forgets about most things that don't explode in red and gold. We keep going. The fortress hums. The city learns. And when the next knock comes and we'll answer the door the same way we answer everything else, with posture, with patience, with the kind of quiet that makes SHIELD nervous and neighbors grateful. Progress steady, 01 said, as he always does, sliding the last line into place like a keystone. Damn right, I said, and the building creaked its agreement. Chapter 44, Stark's Investment. The afternoon ran on rails. Downstairs, 02 hammered 20 and 21 until their hands remembered that a punch is a line, not a loop. 03 tuned 22 and 23's reloads until the clicks sang in tempo tap, seat, rack, reassess music instead of panic. On the mats, 04 bounced 24 and caught 25's balance with a fingertip, then gave it back like a moral. In the weight room, 05 turned 26 and 27 into metronomes, down 3, hold 1, up 1, controlled. The building hummed like a well-fed generator. Upstairs, the air was quieter but no less busy. 01 watched the window with that mountain patient posture he wears even when there isn't a skyline daring him to blink. 07 and newly upgraded 08 shadowboxed in tight arcs that didn't waste breath. 09 paced in measured steps, counting out a route he could fight blind. I finished my third soda. The kin made that tiny, satisfied TK and let the carbonated smug settle. Helicopter footage chewed our block on every channel, anchors shouting war like the word paid their mortgages, B-roll looping over scorch marks and tidy rows of zip-tied mistakes. The Daily Bugle's Cheerin tried out synonyms for menace like a desperate novelist. The MCU loves its spectacle, we'd given it a disciplined one, boring on camera, inevitable on the street. The knock cut through the building like a signature. Loud. Cocky. Proprietary, like the door came with his name on the deed. 01 didn't turn, he didn't need to. He tilted his head enough to place the sound in the room. I raised a palm. "Oh, I know that one," I said. "Open it." The door swung like it had been practiced. Tony Stark strolled in a tailored suit that knew what it was doing, sunglasses expensive enough to have insurance, smirk dialed to "This is the most interesting room I've walked into all week." He stopped, surveyed, did the silent count, veterans first 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, then rookies copying posture they barely understood and getting it right anyway. He raised one eyebrow, the math surprised him without admitting it. "Last time I was here," he said, sliding the shades down just enough to look me over, "you had, what, a dozen? Now it looks like you're managing an NFL team." "Correction," I said. 27. "Want a roster? We've got offense, defense, and special teams. The pizza guy plays all three." He let the sunglasses hang by one earpiece and actually looked. For a heartbeat the swagger eased, not gone. Tony doesn't take off Tony but thinned enough to show the curiosity underneath. His gaze moved like a scanner, kit, floor plan, choke points, fire exits, the whiteboards with watch rotations, ammo counts, 05's tempo notes, 11's civilian safe/camera safe grid. He breathed out, smile edging toward a laugh. "Coulson's having a panic attack," Tony said. "That's his default," I said. "Fury calls this an unregistered private army." "Unregistered, sure," I said. "Private army, no. Family. Call it what you want," he said, conceding nothing and everything. "The world sees soldiers. The world sees results," I said, shrugging toward the window where a newscopter pretended it was a dragon. "Wilson Fisk is off balance. Streets are quieter in Hell's Kitchen, Harlem, Midtown. If SHIELD can't love that, not my problem." He prowled 2 steps, turned, and sat without asking, leg over knee, king of a couch he would never buy. The lounge is honest concrete and stubborn furniture, he made it look like a boardroom out of reflex. "I see logistics," he said, flicking a hand at the edges only rich men notice by instinct. "Food. Gear. Ammo. Housing. Medical. Laundry. Ventilation questionable but serviceable. Maintenance on your range traps. Waste disposal for brass you're not melting down. And, pizza." He squinted at the stack of empty boxes accusing us from a corner. "Do you really think pizza is a long-term plan?" "It's been working," I said. "Delivery guys hate me, but I tip." "You're insane," he said, without malice. And I kind of love it. Which is why you're here, I said, because there's no point pretending either of us showed up for small talk. Which is why I'm here, he echoed, and pulled out his phone like a magician producing a rabbit with a trust fund. He flashed the screen. Zeros. A lot of them. The kind of zeros that make accountants think about second homes and regulators think about committee hearings. I'm transferring funds, he said. Enough that your guys don't have to fight over the last breadstick. I whistled because theatrics deserve an audience. And here I assumed you only invest in buildings bearing your name. Please, he said, and tilted his head toward the window as if Stark Tower itself were blushing. Sometimes I invest in problems. Right now, you're the most interesting problem in New York. If I can't stop you, a small, private smile ghosted over his mouth. And honestly, I probably can't without making a mess I'd have to rebuild. So I'd prefer to guide you. Nudge the chaos into the lane with the least collateral. Sponsor the family. Sponsor the family, I repeated, savoring it. Cover art by Tony Stark, liner notes by Pepper Potts explaining how you didn't authorize any of this. Pepper would like you, actually, he said. You make spreadsheets perform. Pepper loves spreadsheets, I said. Spreadsheets love me back. He ignored that. 5 million to start, he said. No flourish. No smoke. Just a number large enough to change the temperature of a room. More if you don't burn it all on pizza. 5 mil buys a lot of soda, I said. Don't push it, he said, but his mouth couldn't quite decide between amused and why am I here again. If I say yes, I asked, what do you want? He leaned forward, elbows on knees, sunglasses dangling from one finger, looking absolutely like a man who has negotiated with senators and supervillains and prefers the latter because at least they tell you who they are. Nothing formal, he said. I don't need your signatures on a Stark Industries grant application. I don't need your faces on a press release. I'd like 3 things that aren't technically strings but are definitely string adjacent. Let's hear them. 1, he said, holding up a finger with a ring that is not a wedding band and never will be. Keep Fisk down. You're good at it. Keep doing it. He's a tumor, your knives. Congratulations. Easy, I said. We've already got our fork and napkin. 2, he said. Keep the streets quieter than SHIELD does. I don't care if Fury hates me for saying that out loud. He can take a number. You've managed boring on camera while delivering inevitable on the street, which is a level of paradox I appreciate. Civilians first, ego last, I said. It's our brand. 3, he said, and his tone went there, that fraction colder place that says I'm a man with boundaries in a city where boundaries are cosplay. Don't aim your giants at me. Iron Man does Iron Man, I said. I do Spartans. Lanes stay separate. I paused, then added for the record, unless you try to sell us a theme song. Noted, he said, standing in a single clean line like the floor had risen to meet him. Money's moving. Use it wisely. Or not, I said, because I can't help myself. Either way fun. You're insane. Working, though. He checked his phone. Something in the corner of my awareness, my system, that private blue ledger stayed quiet, because cash isn't points and points aren't cash. This was real-world fuel pouring into a machine that mostly runs on discipline and soda. Tony pocketed the phone, slid the sunglasses back up, and gave 01 a nod. 01 returned exactly 1 millimeter of acknowledgement, which in 01 language is I saw you, I will remember you forever. Tony's gaze flicked over 08 clocking the upgrade, 10 recognizing new hinge and power, 22-27 categorizing stiffness and future inevitability. He didn't ask to shake hands. He didn't offer wisdom. He left that to Pepper. He turned like he'd own the hallway if he wanted to, and he left. The door clicked shut. 27 Spartans didn't exhale. They don't exhale for visitors. They exhale for outcomes. They looked to me for the only thing I'm uniquely good at, pointing the weather. I raised my chin. Good news, I said, and the grin came without permission. We're rich. Stark bought pizza for life. Tough crowd. If 03 rolled his eyes, he did it internally where reticles live. Don't worry, I added, dropping into command like a chair I trust. We're not spending it on toppings. The soda hit the table. The room shifted. Money is a tool, tools need jobs. The Stark problem, solved with money. There are only two things money can really buy in New York, silence and logistics. We already had the first. The second would change everything. 02, I said, turning to him. We're upgrading bunk capacity and breathing room. I want 6 double stacks designed for tall men who refuse to admit they sleep. Sound dampened. Lockers that don't squeal. Hooks that don't fall out of masonry. Ventilation, 02 said, which is 02 for I noticed 3 months ago, I forgive you for not being me. Filters. Negative pressure for range air. Add it, I said. Audit, range traps, lead abatement, sealant. Done, he said, because of course it already was. 03, I said. We're ordering a proper bullet trap rebuild and a second lane. New backstop, no more scavenging plates from scrapyards. Replace the light that flickers. Get me thermal imagers and 2 quality spotting scopes that don't lie when the skyline lies. Also I'm buying you a microscope, purely because I want to see your face. Tripods, 03 said. Stability is a love language. Put it on the list, I said. And we're going to need a new cone budget. You and cones have a relationship I refuse to discuss. Cones obey me, 03 said. Teach the rookies your ways. 04, I said. Mats. Good ones. I'm done with our discount foam flinging itself into early retirement. I want sprung floors that forgive but don't forget. Crash pads that actually crash. Add a wooden stall bar and 2 hanging grips for shoulder health so 25 stops hating his joints. Balance, 04 said, which means we will spend money on the right problems. And a rope. Buy 2, I said, because 04's face almost smiled when he said rope. 05, I said. We're building a real weight room. Platforms that don't groan like haunted boats. Bars that spin. Bumpers that bounce and don't shatter into rainbow confetti. Sled, yoke, farmer's handles, heavy bags that don't split at the seam, chalk that isn't construction dust. And a washer-dryer army, because this many men without industrial laundry is a public health crisis. 05's eyes warmed in the way numbers do when they realize they're about to become reality. Tempo timers. Heart rate monitors. Grip dynamometers. Go wild, I said. No Peloton. Peloton is a crime, 05 said, and that was the closest he has ever come to a joke. 11, I said. He'd been taking neighbor notes on his whiteboard even while Tony was in the room because 11 multitasks kindness. We're funding the PR hygiene runs. Planter replacements, window repairs, the bodega's sign. No receipts necessary, that's not the point. Also add a community fridge downstairs. We'll stock it. No branding. Just food where food should be. Humility, 11 said, which is our word for try to be the kind of neighbor who doesn't need to introduce himself. 07, I called. You're on food procurement with 22. We're done treating pizza like a food group. Design a menu that doesn't make 05 throw a plate at my head. Protein, greens, carbs that know their job. Teach 22 the difference between spice and crying. Copy, 07 said, pleased to be trusted with something the bullets can't solve. 10, I said. You and 26 are on trucks. We need one more exfil van and a maintenance schedule that doesn't rely on 04's supernatural ability to listen to engines like their throat singers. No spoilers, no rims, no attention. Understood, 10 said. White. Beige. Invisible. Invisible is fashion, I said. 08, I called. He stood even straighter, Spartan 2 edges still new and humming. You're shadowing 03 for procurement. We're buying glass and tripods. You're also building a drone policy with 03, capture, catalog, return to sender, with a polite note. Drone shelf, 03 said. Fine, I said. You can keep souvenirs. 12 and 27, I said. You're with 11 for a community sweep tonight. We're doing thank yous, not apologies. Face open, palms visible, words short. Bring those Stark-funded hot food vouchers. We're definitely not calling vouchers. Call them neighbors. Neighbors, 11 repeated, already writing the word on the board like a thesis. 01, I said last, because I always save the horizon for dessert. We'll take the money. We won't take the leash. If Stark calls again, I'll listen. If Pepper calls, I'll pretend to argue and do what she said because she's right before I am. Watch for strings. If a string appears, cut it. 01 nodded once. The room took that as a contract. I turned to the whiteboard and started a list Tony would hate if he ever saw it. Stark money, round 1, no branding. Bunks, sound dampened, double stack, 6 units. Laundry, industrial, 6 washers, 6 dryers, 1 folding table that doesn't wobble. Range rebuild backstop, light fix, ventilation filtration. Spotting scopes, 2, thermal imagers, 2, tripods, 3. Mats, sprung, crash pads, 4, stall bars, 1, ropes, 2. Weight room platforms, 2, bars, OL and power, bumpers, sled, yoke, farmers. Med stock tourniquets, trauma kits, suture kits, AEDs, 2, ice machine, 1. Vehicles exfil van, 1, maintenance plan, chocks and wedges. Community fridge, 1, vouchers, 200, planter budget, ongoing. Kitchen commercial fridge, 1, chest freezers, 2, knives that aren't a crime. Quiet fund envelopes labeled anonymous, 11 holds the key. 03, I said. Jarvis is going to sniff our purchases whether we like it or not. If Stark's money leaves a scent, we make sure it smells like boring equipment, not laser cannons. Receipts, 03 said, which, translated, means I will bury the trail in proprieties so deep even Cowlson's eyebrows can't dig it up. Also, I added, because Tony had said guidance and I'm not above returning a favor with a guardrail, no Stark logos. No sponsored by plagues. No press. If someone points a camera at a new mat, it better show 04 telling 24 to stop negotiating with gravity. Balance, 04 agreed, grinning with his eyes. Pepper's ghost. The money hit fast. Of course it did. Tony Stark doesn't process transfers. He thinks them into existence, and a bank somewhere writes an apology. Ding! Not the system, the phone. A message from an unfamiliar Stark Industries number, funds received. For accounting purposes, these are to be categorized as discretionary community safety grants. Please do not spend them on jetpacks. P.P. Pepper says no jetpacks, I announced to the room. Jetpacks are a crime, 05 said, and set a plate down the way a judge sets down a verdict. I thumbed a reply, understood. We're buying laundry and vegetables. Tell Tony he's adorable when he tries to be subtle. 3 dots danced, paused, then, subtlety is not one of Tony's subscriptions. Keep your city. Keep our liability low. P.P. I did not smile. I did check the corners for cameras. SHIELD likes to hide them in the moral lessons. Demonstrations for no one. Money didn't make us louder. It made us cleaner. The first hint was the sound of bolts gliding like confidence. The second was the absence of the old range light's petty flicker. The third was the new hum in the laundry room, a low, industrious promise that 27 men would not have to negotiate over damp uniforms like medieval peasants fighting for a bucket. 03 put 08 on a tripod with a scope that told fewer lies and had him call out mirage off the rooftops. See the river boil? 03 asked. That's heat doing you a favor. See where it's calm? That's a lie. Someone might be stealing cool air. 08 adjusted, breathed, called a glint that turned out to be a trick of glass. Good, 03 said. Better to see ghosts first. 02 ran 20 and 21 through shield extractions with a training plate that didn't wobble and a floor that forgave. Feet first, he said. If you fight the arm, you marry the arm. If you fight the feet, the wedding is cancelled. 20's first attempt ended in a tangle that would have embarrassed a vine. The second ended with the shield on the floor and everyone still having a future. 02 nodded once. That nod is currency. 04 threw 24 with love and gave 25 a rope and a 10 count to own his calves. Timing, not speed, he said. Speed lies when fear talks. The new Mets made a sound like a drum being convinced it was a mattress. The old foam sulked in a corner, waiting to be donated to a dojo that had the patience for it. 05 set 10 and 26 on a sled in the hallway. It sounded like a low growl. Controlled, he said, and they moved the weight like it belonged to them. 11 parked a community fridge in the lobby where the trophy case would go if we were the kind of house that needed trophies. He taped a handwritten note to the door, take what you need. Leave what you can. No questions, no cameras. A bodega kid came by with 2 cartons of milk and a smile like an apology, and 11 said thank you like a benediction. By the time the sun leaned into the skyscrapers, we had turned a billionaire's impulse into 100 small improvements that no news chopper would ever find sexy. Good. We don't do sexy. We do outcomes. Terms and conditions, implied. After drills, I took another pass in the lounge. The place still looked like a fortress pretending to be a living room, but a few edges had softened. The new double-stack bunks didn't squeal, the lockers shut like promises. The air had a freshness that wasn't just bleach, it was better filters eating the gun range's breath before it wandered upstairs. The NYPD cruiser on the corner had grown bored enough to play rock paper scissors. An unmarked black sedan rolled by like a rumor paying its bills on time. I waved. It didn't wave back. I respect boundaries. Directive. 01 asked, as I took inventory of a day that had refused to become complicated. Same as always, I said. Train. Patrol. Points. Civilians first. Ego last. And if a camera catches us, it better be boring. Understood, 01 said. Also, I added, because I could hear Carlson's voice in the seam of the afternoon specialists, escalation, variable, and variables roof eyes up. 03, put 08 on twilight. 22 and 23 take turns learning what the skyline looks like when Stark Tower pretends to be a lighthouse. If a glint looks like a question mark, answer it with a wall. Scheduled, 03 said. And someone, I said, glancing at the new whiteboard where 11 had written neighbors in friendly block letters, walk the block with vouchers. By Mrs. Kim's tea. Find out if Mr. Lee's window guy overcharged him. Replace anything we broke before anyone has to ask. Always, 11 said. I picked up the phone, thumbed open a banking app with just enough zeros to make my ethics itch, and opened a fresh note in my head. Stark's 3-knot strings. Keep Fisk down. Keep streets quiet, boring on camera. Don't aim giants at him. I wrote my 3 back. Ours. No branding. No press. No leash. Pepper would roll her eyes and agree. Tony would lean on a railing, grin, and pretend he hadn't carved the rails himself. The reimagining. Boss, 07 said from the kitchen doorway, do we order pizza or, evolve? Evolve, I said. But call the place and tell them not tonight so they don't send an intern with a bag and a death wish. Copy, 07 said. We have protein, greens, and carbs. 05 wrote no butter oceans on the menu. 05 writes poetry, I said, deadpan. Serve it warm. We ate food that wasn't a circle and didn't come in a box. 02 policed hydration like a minor deity. 03 looked at his tea and saw ballistics. 04 stretched on the stall bar with a contented silence you could frame. 05 wrote numbers on a whiteboard like he was confessing them. 2027 ate with eyes still hungrier than their stomachs. 08 and 10 sat like men who had learned how to fit into their own bones. 01 circled the perimeter with a plate balanced on 2 fingers and a fork he barely used. The building creaked in approval. I leaned back, let the grin settle, and caught the thought that had been stalking me since Tony's shades flashed zeros. What does money change, if we don't let it change us? It changes speed. It changes comfort. It doesn't change doctrine. SHIELD can call us an unregistered private army, Tony Stark can call us an investment, Wilson Fisk can call us a problem, the Daily Bugle can call us menaces in 56 fonts. We call us family. The city calls us when it wants to keep breathing. Good news, I told the room again, softer because the joke had become truth. We're rich enough to get better at the boring parts. That got a few almost smiles, which is practically confetti in this house. Tomorrow, I said, tapping the table once for rhythm, we buy silence. New seals for doors. Better locks. Rubber feet for plates so 05 stops waking the dead. We cut camera sight lines from 3 angles. We build a shelf for 03's captured drones and make him label them like plants. Latin names, 03 said, without missing a beat. And we move, I added, because money is also a map. Fisk is going to hire specialists who think nicknames are a skill. He's going to try to outspend us on chaos. We will outspend him on order. Retaliation, 02 said, reminding the air of its obligations. Always, I said. We keep him on the back foot and the front page gets bored. We'll make Carlson write a memo that says calmer this week and then hate himself for the adjective. S.H.I.E.L.D. 03 asked, because he likes making me say it. They'll watch, I said. They'll count heads. They'll measure angles. They'll file us between nuisance and asset and change the label depending on whether I made a joke that morning. And Stark? 01 asked, the question heavy with implications I refused to adopt. He'll send money instead of flowers, I said. Pepper will send a polite text that reads like a restraining order for bad ideas. If a string appears, we cut it. Balance, 04 said, as if it were a prayer. Controlled, 05 added, because prayers need counters. Front sight, 03 murmured, because prayers need aim. Clear, 02 finished, because prayers need feet. Progress steady, 01 said, placing the last line where it belongs. Damn right, I answered, and let myself imagine the shape of a city with one less kingpin, one less headline that sells fear, one more block where a kid can carry milk to a community fridge and not have to flinch at trucks. Tony Stark had walked into my house with a knock like a signature and left behind the kind of problem I like, too many options. So we did what we always do. We made a plan that didn't need a press release. We upgraded bunks and breath. We replaced flicker with light. We put strength on platforms and kindness in a fridge. We made the cameras board and the neighbors content. We turned 5 million into the kind of logistics even Fury can respect while pretending he doesn't. And somewhere across town, in a corner office where money frowns at a map, Wilson Fisk learned the wrong lesson, that throwing bodies at a door will open it. This is New York. Doors don't open for men like him. They open for men like Coulson who knock politely. Or they open for men like Tony Stark who refuse to know what no means. For us, the door is just a place to start. Tomorrow, Fisk will send specialists with names. Tomorrow, SHIELD will recalibrate their cameras. Tomorrow, the Daily Bugle will try a new font. Tomorrow, Tony will text a joke and not send it. Tomorrow, Pepper will send a bullet point and I will obey because she's right. Tonight, 27 Spartans sleep in clean air and wake on schedule. Tonight, the city breathes. Tonight, the fortress is full and quiet and, for the first time, provisioned like we intend to be here for a while. We will be. Chapter 45, Renovating the Fortress. Chapter 45 Renovating the Fortress. The deposit landed before dinner. 1 minute I was rationing soda like it was a sacred relic, watching the bubbles with the reverence a monk saves for candles. The next minute, my phone showed a number that could fund a small space program and still leave room in the budget for snack cakes. I laughed out loud, one sharp, helpless bark that bounced off the concrete and made 02 glance up from a whiteboard as if I'd just violated a building code. 5 million, I announced to the veterans, holding the screen up like a trophy. Courtesy of Tony Stark. We're rich. They didn't twitch. Of course they didn't. 01 watched the window the way a horizon watches weather. 02 put a check mark next to filters and underlined ventilation 3 times. 03 slid a bolt forward with the tender economy of a watchmaker. 04 said balance to no one in particular, and the floor believed him. 05 wrote down a number so tidy it could file its own taxes. I grinned wider. You'll care when you see the cart. The room gave me silence, the good kind, the kind that says we're listening. Go on, make the world different without making us change who we are. Good. That's the only way I know how to spend money. Phase 1, make space out of air. 10 floors and 3 basements used to feel roomy. With 27 Spartans breathing in sync, the place had turned into a shoebox with delusions of grandeur. Rooms cramped. Bunks squeaked like old ghosts practicing opera. The kitchen cried every time someone asked it to boil 2 pots at once. The elevator sulked. The stairwells judged. I called contractors. Crew 1 took one look at my lobby, silent giants, helmets lined on a rack like patient moons, whiteboards full of schedules, and left so fast they forgot their measuring tape. Crew 2 lasted 10 minutes before inventing emergencies across 3 boroughs. Crew 3 stayed after double pay, a lunch voucher, and my very reasonable request that the Spartans stop glaring like gargoyles guarding a tomb. Smile, I told 11. He produced a small, non-threatening expression that made the foreman live 3 years longer. We started at the top. Walls came down where walls had no business standing, tiny rooms sacrificed for proper dorms, fake ceilings peeled back to let the building breathe. Wiring got redone by people who understood that 03 has opinions about flicker. Floors were reinforced with steel plates quiet enough to apologize for being strong. Doors got replaced with something that didn't whine when you touched it. The contractors dragged out junk, Spartans carried in steel bunks like they were pillows. Better, I said, soda in hand, watching 0708 carry 2 bunks up a flight without blinking. Beds that don't sound haunted. 10 shouldered 3 mattresses and a headboard just to prove he could. 2021 mirrored 02 like shadows carrying crates, posture perfect, footwork precise, a live demonstration of feet before hands even when the hands are full. Control the corners, 02 reminded them. He wasn't talking about crates. He never is. We turned cramped warrens into honest rooms, 4 beds to a dorm, double-stack bunks with sound dampening and ladder rungs that won't try to assassinate your shins. Each rack got a narrow shelf big enough for a book, a light, a photo even if no one here keeps photos. Open space along the far wall, locker rows that close like promises, vents that actually exist. The squeak disappeared. The hush stayed. It sounded like discipline. 11 tapped a new rule into the whiteboard outside the dorms, quiet hours 2300-0500. Violators spar with 04 at 0600. Everyone read it. No one needed the second sentence explained. We expanded the laundry room from 2 noble martyrs to 6 industrial washers and 6 dryers that hum like contented tigers. 05 laminated a schedule and taped it up. Miss your block, he told 12 with a mercy that felt like warning, and you fold everyone's. He wasn't joking. We chased wiring into the walls and out again, ran conduit where the building had once pretended electricity is a feeling, and color-coded circuits until 02 sighed with relief. 03 supervised the lighting, because flicker is crime in his religion. Every switch labeled. Every breaker documented. SHIELD could audit us and leave jealous. Pepper Potts sent a text from a Stark Industries number after the foreman's second coffee break. For permits and inspectors, I took the liberty of pre-clearing your fire code plan. Please don't make me regret this. P.P. I sent back a heart and the word angel. She replied with a dot, which is pepper for I am a professional, not your conscience, behave. We reinforced stair treads and tightened the railing screws that used to creak like confessions. We fixed the elevator not to carry Spartans, we still don't trust it, but to carry crates, laundry, and the appliances that would turn lair into home. The elevator groaned once, realized it was outnumbered, and straightened up. Phase 2 the kitchen that would make a chef nod. We stopped treating takeout as a food group. Pizza is a ritual, not a religion, and even rituals need sabbaticals. The old kitchen went out in a pile of stainless steel that had given up in 1997. In came industrial ovens with enough BTUs to sear a dragon, a walk-in refrigerator that whispered order, and a freezer that 05 immediately divided into zones with painter's tape and judgment. We extended counter space until 07 could dice onions without elbowing 22 into an argument. 03 labeled the knives like they were aircraft, chefs, santoku, boning, paring, all with sheaths, all in their places. Sharp is safe. Dull is hospital. The delivery crew saw 27 Spartans and appeared a year older. I signed the invoice, thanked them for their service, and let them leave with their bones intact. Gourmet now, I told the veterans. Domino's can rest. Menu, 05 said, already writing columns, protein, greens, carbs, sauce, extra. 07 took point with 22 at his elbow like a sous chef auditioning for trust, 11 portioned with the serene tyranny of a dietitian angel. 10 and 26 hauled water like they were training for something nobody wanted to name. 04 taught 25 how to chop without turning his wrist into a hand grenade. 03 brewed tea and pretended it was ballistics. We added a hood that actually vents and a grease trap that would pass any health inspector whose soul hadn't dissolved in paperwork. Pepper texted again, thank you for complying with code. Please do not attach a Stark logo to your grease trap. I texted back, that was 03's idea, not mine. 03 scowled at me from across the room without looking up. The grease trap will remain anonymous. The first meal in the new kitchen smelled like future. Trays of grilled meat, pasta that didn't come out of a plastic clamshell, bread that had never met a freezer, heaps of bright greens, bowls of roasted vegetables that made 05's heart write sonnets. Long tables filled the room. Veterans ate steadily, like metronomes. Rookies ate like collapsing stars, weights of food sliding off plates into gravity wells named 13 and 14. Real food, real beds, real gear, I said, leaning back. All thanks to Stark's wallet. Someone remind me to send a card. Silence. Tough crowd. I laughed anyway. It's either laugh, or ask 02 for permission to breathe. Phase 3 Basement 1, the gym that doesn't apologize. We turned Basement 1 into a cathedral of iron. Custom bars. Reinforced racks bolted to platforms that no longer complain like haunted boats. Machines designed for Olympians and tuned for Spartans who think UNSC training day is a warm-up. Sleds for days, a yoke that makes posture immoral, farmers' handles heavy enough to teach humility, 3 piles of chain that 05 will make you carry because gravity needs allies. Tempo, 05 told 26 and 27, and they learned new meanings of down 3. No bending metal this time, bars spun true, bumpers bounced without shattering into rainbow confetti, collars clicked with the righteous sound of stay. Chalk dust rose like the ghost of effort. 05 approved the grain with a nod. Chalk is not all created equal, we are not animals. Finally, I said, palm on a bar that won't die tomorrow. No more buying new bars weekly. 10 squatted like the floor owed him respect. 26 discovered that a sled never forgives but always tells the truth. 27 learned that breathing is not optional. 02 wandered through like a quiet gravity, correcting foot angles with one finger. Knees track toes. Ankles are citizens, not suggestions. He wasn't wrong. He never is. We added stall bars and 2 thick ropes because 04 asked with his eyes and I am not made of stone. 25 hung off a rope and counted to 10 like it was a spell that would make his shoulders honest. 04 watched him like a patient storm. We built a small med bay off the gym ice machine, treatment table, stocked trauma kits that 11 catalogued like holy objects, an AED mounted where you can see it without tripping over it, and a cabinet labeled move/mobility/not optional. Foam rollers. Lacrosse balls. Resistance bands. 05 stood in the doorway like a saint of recovery and declared that we would not write hurt in place of hard. Phase 4 Basement 2, a range that teaches truth. Basement 2 was once 3 fragile lanes salvaged from a thrift store designed by regret. Now it's 10. Reinforced walls. Proper ventilation, negative pressure that sucks the gun smoke out and doesn't drag it upstairs to sit in our lungs. Moving targets that do not require prayer to operate. Light with no flicker. Sound baffling that keeps the noise in and the neighbor's content. Bullet traps that don't chew through their own metal like guilt. Crates of new pistols and rifles sat stacked for 03 to make legal, safe, and ours. Human-grade weapons. No Stark Industries tech, no arc reactors disguised as fun, nothing an Avenger would point at casually. Good steel. Honest function. Springs that fit correctly. Holsters that don't lie. Lane 3, 03 said, and 22 stepped up like a man approaching confession. Tap, seat, rack, press first string ugly, second string humbler, third string honest. Front sight, 03 reminded. Press, don't slap. Reset. Breathe. 23 started wide and tightened like a secret, learning it prefers the light. 14's shots crept toward the middle like a dog testing a new couch. I watched his grouping settle and clapped once, quiet. Look at that, I told him. Ceiling safe today. He allowed himself a micro smile and then started the next magazine like the target had insulted his ancestors. 08 shadowed 03 on the observation scope and called Mirage off a heat-bleeding HVAC hood 3 blocks away. See the river boil? 03 asked. That's heat doing you a favor. See where it's calm? That's a lie. Find the lie. Shoot the truth. Counter-sniper lanes got painted into our mental maps. 03 named skylines the way astronomers name stars. 08 learned the difference between glint and gossip. Safety is a religion here, range rules read like commandments and we keep them like vows. 11 handles the med kit because his hands make blood behave. 02 checks posture because his eyes make fear stand down. 03 runs the line because he refuses to let a bad habit grow tall enough to be loved. Phase 5 Basement 3, an armory worth the word. Basement 3 became an armory that makes sense. Stark's funds did not turn us into Iron Man. Stark's funds turned us into a team with options. Rows of lockers, 1 per Spartan, 1 key per man, backups held by 0, 2 and 11 with the particular trust that makes families functional. Shelves stocked with durable, human-grade gear, rifles with numbered bolts, pistols with honest triggers, magazines that don't explode on Tuesdays, plate carriers sized for men who are, frankly, enormous. Quality helmets. Shields that aren't toys. Batons that won't splinter. Knives that belong to the grave, not the glass case. Non-lethal options stacked where hands reach first, heavy flex cuffs, OC spray rated for reality, bright flashlights, marker rounds for training, beanbag shotgun kits that 03 swore to practice before practice. We keep S.H.I.E.L.DSPR nightmare out of our house by making sure boring on camera is built into the shelves. Chain of custody, 11 reminded. In, out, recorded. 02 drafted the SOPs like laws, checkout logs, serial audits, magazine rotation, numbered plates match numbered carriers, optics married to uppers, not borrowed like umbrellas. 03 calibrated red dots and threw away 2 that lied. 04 ran 09 through shield work with a smile so small you could mistake it for gravity. 09 held the shield like it belonged to the future he wants. This, I said, hands on my hips, breath fogging a little in the cool air. What we were missing. Bare hands are a choice now. 01 nodded once in that horizon accepts sunrise way of his. His eyes had already measured the racks, the exit routes, the lines of retreat, the door thickness, and which 2 studs needed metal behind them. He agreed with the reality we built by standing in it. Phase 6 give the building a spine. Security isn't about paranoia. It's about posture. We put in cameras where cameras help people live, hallways, common spaces, entrances, exits, the perimeters where NYPD would want to see us be boring, the stairwells where SHIELD would expect us to not be criminals. No cameras in dorms. No cameras in bathrooms. No surveillance where dignity sleeps. We installed alarms that behave like grown UPS, no false alerts every time someone breathes, layers that talk to each other without tattling to strangers. A Sally poured at the loading entrance where vans can roll in, doors can roll down, and the street doesn't have to watch. Reinforced the gates. Replaced the front door with something that says please and means no. Added steel behind hinges on 2 doors we hope no one tests. Put rubber feet on weight plates so 05 stops waking the dead through the floor. Added sensors that mind their business and mind ours. Window film that turns glass into determination. Kick plates where shoes used to leave stories. We ran fiber to the command room. 03 pretends is not a nest. 05 mounted clocks sync to something more reliable than the news, because seconds count. We bought a generator that will run the building long enough to matter, we sighted it where a stray bullet won't ask it hard questions, we added transfer switches and labeled them with 02's handwriting like we were inviting Fury to a safe tour. We replaced 200 feet of patched HVAC with ducting that doesn't whistle secrets. The rooftop got a platform strong enough for drills, sparring, or silence. We poured a padded lane for rope climbs and mounted anchor points that would make a contractor write poetry. We built a windbreak, not a wall. We're not raising flags just enough to make sentry duty a conversation you can have with the air without your bones complaining. 03 measured angles for counter-sniper positions that make sense. 01 walked the parapet and found the 2 spots where roofs across the way create a line of sight that belongs to no one good. We marked them quietly. 11 placed a community fridge in the lobby with a handwritten sign, "Take what you need. Leave what you can." No cameras. He organized planters on the stoop and trained 12 and 27 to water them like it was a new form of patrol. A neighbor kid put a carton of eggs in the fridge and fled. 11 watched him go and nodded to the empty doorway like a promise. Common areas widened. Couches that didn't groan. Tables that didn't die under armor. A library shelf with manuals and a handful of non-fiction the rookies pretend they don't read. A war board for maps and the kind of arrows movies lie about. A wall 05 claimed for long, terrible spreadsheets about sets, reps, tempos, and punishments. A second whiteboard for 11 that just says neighbors and has columns for names, needs, notes. He keeps it neat like a prayer. By the end of the week, the place resembled a fortress instead of a forgotten ruin, a Halo Spartan 2 barracks that fell through a portal into the MCU and decided to get a job. We kept the bones. We replaced the excuses. I loved it. The opening feast, no press allowed. Dinner marked the kitchen's first official service in our quiet line in the sand against pizza dependency. Trays of grilled meat, pasta with a sauce that involved vegetables that were not red circles, bread crispy enough to count as applause, bright bowls of greens that made 05 stand taller, roasted carrots sweet enough to bribe a saint. Long tables filled the room. Veterans ate steadily, like metronomes. Rookies devoured everything like black holes. 02 enforced water, 03 drank tea, 04 stretched calves between forks, 05 watched plates like a hawk and swapped 13's second helping of bread for more protein with a surgeon's efficiency and the bedside manner of a man who cares too much to soften. I leaned back and let it wash over me, the hum of 27 quiet voices, the soft clink of cutlery, the half-laughs rookies think I don't hear, 01 walking the perimeter with a plate he doesn't look at, 11 showing 12 how to dry a dish properly because a towel is a tool and tools deserve respect, 03's eyes flicking once at a light he'd already fixed and moving on. Real food, real beds, real gear, I said. All thanks to Stark's wallet. Someone remind me to send a card. Pepper, 03 said without looking up. Right, I said. Send Pepper a card. Stark gets a doodle. No one laughed. That's okay. The joke was for me. A text buzzed while we ate. Pepper again, thank you for not installing a Stark logo on your oven. Do not spend any part of this money on a billboard. P.P. I replied, we spent it on laundry and lungs. Come by if you ever want a tour we won't admit happened. 3. Then, keep the city quiet. P.P. We will. The week that built a home. The renovations didn't slow training, they just changed where it happened. Gym block, 05's stopwatch cleaved mornings into quarters. 26 and 27 discovered the religion of sleds. 10 learned to love pauses at the bottom of a squat because 05 glared at his quads and they behaved. 02 corrected feet like a choreographer with a vendetta. Range block, 03 set 22 and 23 chasing groups into togetherness, ran 14 through patience until the bullet holes stopped flirting with the edges, plucked a civilian drone out of the air over the roof and placed it on a shelf labeled evidence, petting zoo. Mets block, 04 taught 24 how to stop negotiating with gravity, taught 25 that timing beats speed, posture beats panic, breath beats everything. 24's first clean throw made a sound the mat liked. Kitchen block, 07 ran a drill, 12 plates in 2 minutes, hot and correct. 22 learned the difference between spicy and crying. 11 portioned macros like a saint who owns a scale. Neighbor block, 11, 12, 27 walked the route, planters watered, Mrs. Ortiz's grocery carried up, Mr. Lee's window measured for repair with 03 pretending he doesn't love levels. A thank you voucher left under a door, anonymous and dignified. Security block, 02 did an alarm drill, 01 ran a roof changeover that looked like a dance, 03 taught the newest eyes to find glint in the skyline without eating ghosts for breakfast. We kept the NYPD sergeant at the corner bored enough to trust us. We kept S.H.I.E.L.Ds unmarked sedan at a lawful speed. We kept Daily Bugle photographers disappointed enough to photograph pigeons. We kept Wilson Fisk on his back foot by the simple act of existing louder than his fear. Fisk will hire specialists. That's fine. We'll make special feel ordinary. The rooftop, rewritten. Later, after dishes and schedules and a last pass through the armory to count the numbers that want to become losses, I took a soda up to the roof. Ritual is armor, I wear it every night. 01 was already there, of course 2 steps from the parapet, posture easy, eyes moving the way a lighthouse moves, slow, full, inevitable. The skyline burned steady. Stark Tower glowed the way it does when Tony is either home or wants the city to think he is. Somewhere, a helicopter traced a rectangle it will call patrol and we will call performance art. Somewhere else, a SHIELD drone reconsidered its place in our air. Not bad, I said, taking in the platform, the anchors, the way the wind felt allowed instead of angry. When I moved in, this place was a wreck. Now it's a fortress big enough for all of you, strong enough for anyone. 01 said nothing. He didn't have to. The nod he gave the city had weight. Money changes speed and comfort. It doesn't change doctrine. Iron Man plays his game. We play ours. SHIELD watches, and I let them. Fisk breathes through teeth, and I prefer him that way. The MCU spins on spectacle and gods, our chapter runs on schedules and math and 27 men who know the difference between enemy and neighbor and act like it. I sipped soda and grinned into the wind. Yeah, I said. This is home. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.